Chapter 58-24. When Lin Yi took out the Shenong tripod and began to refine the soul-quenching pill, Yuhua was asking about Lin Yi. Father, what's the background of that Lin Yi? Why does he seem to be so powerful? Only Yuhua and Shangwani were in the room, so she spoke casually. Shangwani smiled and said, "This Lin Yi does have some strength. I heard that he is the newcomer king of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, the leading figure among the new generation of disciples of the three pavilions in the North Island, and he is valued by Shanghai Tianhua. In the North Island, Lin Yi's reputation is so strong that he is almost as powerful as Ram Jia, the strongest of the young generation. Although he has some conflicts with the people of the North Island branch of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, it can't cover up his talent." "So he is so famous in the North Island?" Shang Yuhua exclaimed in admiration. However, she did not pay too much attention to it. The North Island was the weakest of the 5 major islands. For a rookie king of the North Island to receive such praise from her was already pretty good. "You're wrong if you think he is only famous in the North Island. He is also the son-in-law of the little princess of the West Island, Ning Shuefei." Shangwani chuckled and continued, "You know about the marriage of the little princess of the West Island, right? The last lucky one is Lin Yi. In addition, I heard that he has also been to the South Island, and he went deep into the Spirit Beast area. I don't know the details, but he was able to leave the South Island safely, which shows his strength." Is he so powerful?" Shang Yuhua gasped and was extremely surprised. It was not important to be the son-in-law of the West Island, but it was really amazing that he could go deep into the South Island and leave safely. That was the South Island, which was known as the forbidden area for human beings. More than that, last time the Zheng family targeted Lin Yi, saying that the elixirs of the Tiandan Pavilion were smuggled from the East State. The acting island owner Okuda suppressed this matter, but the Zheng family directly wrote a letter to the East State to complain, and in the end, they were scolded by the bigwigs of the East State. From this, it can be seen that Lin Yi is also a person of high status in the East State. Speaking of this, Shangwani couldn't help admiring Lin Yi. Speaking of this, Lin Yi had actually traveled to all 5 islands, and he had powerful forces and helpers in the West Island, the North Island, and the Middle Island. Even in the East Island, he was probably very popular. Maybe he also had some connections in the Spirit Beast clan of the South Island. Thinking about it carefully, it was really scary. The Zheng family actually wanted to go against such a guy. What on earth was it that they couldn't think it through? Shangwani praised Lin Yi inwardly. He was already trying to remember if he'd done anything impolite to Lin Yi. Even if he couldn't work with someone like this, he should at least try his best to be on good terms with him. Who knew when he'd need Lin Yi's help? Shang Yuhua's beautiful big eyes were wide open, and she slightly opened her small mouth with a dull look on her face. After a long while, she exhaled and said, "It turns out that he is such a powerful person. No wonder he would help his younger brother to go on a blind date." Shang Yuhua knew a little about Wei Shenjin. After hearing Shangwani's introduction of Lin Yi, she was sure that Wei Shenjin was at most Lin Yi's younger brother. A close brother or something like that. Wei Shenjin didn't seem to be qualified. Shangwani looked at his daughter and suddenly asked, "Yuhua, you're not young anymore. Have you ever thought about your marriage?" Shang Yuhua's pretty face blushed and she said coquettishly, "Father, why did you mention this? Do you want your daughter to get married early?" "Ha ha ha, men and women should get married when they're of age. That's why I brought this up." Shangwani smiled and stroked the extremely well-trimmed beard on his chin. He looked at Shang Yuhua dotingly and said, "Of course I don't want my precious daughter to get married. But if you have a sweetheart, and the old man still doesn't marry you, won't you be annoyed?" "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shang Yuhua's pretty face became even redder. She snorted and said, "Your daughter doesn't have a sweetheart. An ordinary playboy can't even enter your daughter's eyes." Speaking up to here, Lin Yi's cold eyes and overbearing aura emerged in Shang Yuhua's mind. But she immediately shook her head and shook it off. Lin Yi was extremely outstanding, but because he was too outstanding, Shang Yuhua didn't have the slightest thought. Such a man was destined to not be a good match for her. Moreover, the girls around Lin Yi were better than her in terms of beauty and excellence. Shang Yuhua was a girl who knew her own limitations. Shangwani nodded and said, "All right, since you don't have a sweetheart, Then father will help you pay more attention. I'll see if there are any young heroes that are worthy of my family's yuhua. Humph, you still say that you don't want me to get married early. I'm ignoring you. Shang Yuhua stomped her feet and got up to leave. Shang Wani didn't stop her. It was late, and it was good to let her go back to rest. As for the idea of finding a rich husband for Shang Yuhua, he really didn't say it casually. It was just that he still needed to consider who to choose. When the sky was about to brighten, the fleet led by the Okuda Dam ancient warship completed all the preparations and began to slowly leave the port of Nakajima. They lined up in the direction of the northernmost island and gradually accelerated their departure. Lin Yi had already completed the refining of a furnace of quenching spirit pellet in his room. He was preparing for the second refining. The slight vibration of the hull let him know that they had set off, but it didn't affect him at all. He continued to do what he should do. After the incident with Shijun, it was estimated that no one would dare to forcibly enter his room again. To some extent, Shijun's arrival was also timely. Otherwise, without this warning, Lin Yi would suffer a great loss if he was disturbed when he was refining the pellet. The first day passed peacefully. When night fell, Lin Yi finished refining the pellet and prepared to take a rest. No matter how powerful his divine sense was, he couldn't keep refining pellets endlessly. After all, on this ancient warship, not everyone was a friend. There were also many enemies. Lin Yi must have enough strength to deal with unexpected situations. Boss, you came out. As soon as Lin Yi opened the door of the room, Wei Shunjin appeared in front of him full of spirit. Could it be that this kid has been waiting at the door all along? What are you waiting here for? Lin Yi asked curiously. If there was something, he should have touched the restriction at the door to let him know, right? Chapter 58-25. I see, it's quite a coincidence. Lin Yi nodded indifferently and looked at Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang's rooms. Both of them seemed to be in seclusion in their rooms, so he would not disturb them for the time being. Boss, do you want to go eat something together? Wei Shunjin suggested with a smile. Although he failed to get to know Shang Yuhua last time, failure was the mother of success. Maybe success would be born today? Okay. Then let's go. Lin Yi just needed to take a break, so it was good to go eat something. By the way, he could see if Shang Yuhua was there. If she was, he would continue to matchmake her and Wei Shunjin. This time there were fewer people in the small VIP restaurant, and only about 40% of the seats were occupied. Lin Yi scanned with his divine sense and found that the main target, Shang Yuhua, was still with Shang Wani. Maybe this was a place to talk about new business, so Shang Wani would prefer to stay here. In this way, it would be much more convenient for Wei Shunjin to see Shang Yuhua in the future. He only needed to come here often. In addition to Shang Yuhua, Lin Yi also accidentally saw the strange girl, Li Zhaoyi. He thought that she would start to refine elixirs in seclusion after tasting the food yesterday. He did not expect that she would come to eat again. Hou Guanqi's information was not accurate. Of course, where there was Li Zhaoyi, there must be Zhang Tianqing. After being solemnly warned not to provoke Lin Yi again yesterday, this guy simply pretended not to see Lin Yi today and did not even raise his head. Seeing Lin Yi come in, the people in the restaurant took a deep look at him. What happened on the deck yesterday really impressed them. Several people took the initiative to say hello to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi also responded with a smile. Lin Yi took Wei Shunjin directly to the table of Shang Wani and his daughter, and said very politely, Vice President Shang, Miss Shang, what a coincidence to meet you again. Can we sit together today? Shang Wani smiled warmly and said, Of course, Master Lin. Young hero Wei, please sit down. We didn't have a good chat yesterday, and I was thinking when I could visit Master Lin. It's so nice to meet you. Really? What a coincidence. I also felt that I didn't have a good chat with Vice President Shang, so when I saw you here, I took the liberty to come over. Lin Yi said with a smile. Of course, everyone knew that this was complete nonsense. The only purpose of him and Wei Shunjin coming over was to let Wei Shunjin and Shang Yuhua have a chance to talk. Shang Wani and his daughter were also well aware of this, but no one pointed it out. As the vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Shang Wani's ability to communicate with people was certainly unquestionable. Since he had the intention of befriending Lin Yi, he obviously began to talk about the topics that Lin Yi was interested in. He could talk about anything under the sun, and the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. However, Wei Shenjin and Shang Yuhua still didn't have anything to say. Linny really wanted to beat this fool. When he didn't see her, he wanted to find Shang Yuhua. But when he saw her, he didn't say a word and pretended to be mute. Isn't this a waste of time? By the way, Master Lin, I want to ask you a favor. Shang Wani saw Linny chatting happily, so he conveniently made a request that he had been thinking about for a long time. Vice President Shang, you don't have to be so polite. Just say it. Linny said politely. He had no choice but to be polite. His little brother was planning to marry Wei Shenjin's daughter. If he succeeded, Shang Wani would become an elder. Here's the thing. I want Master Lin to give us, the Universal Chamber of Commerce, the authorization. After we buy the elixirs of yellow level 6 and above from Tiandan Pavilion, we can resell them outside of Middle Island after we buy them from Tiandan Pavilion. Of course, we will share the profits with Tiandan Pavilion according to the rules, Shang Wani said carefully while constantly observing Lin Yi's expression. The proposal this time seemed to be no different from the last time, but in fact there was a huge difference. The previous cooperation was equivalent to the exclusive agency of the Universal Chamber of Commerce for the sale of Tiandan Pavilion's elixirs outside of Middle Island. This time it was only to buy the elixirs at the original price from Tiandan Pavilion and then get the authorization to resell them. If there were other chambers of commerce that wanted to do the same, Tiandan Pavilion could continue to authorize others. According to Shang Wani's estimation, this proposal was still very likely to get Lin Yi's approval. Especially under such circumstances, Lin Yi probably also wanted to be on good terms with him. Sure enough, after thinking for a while, Lin Yi nodded and said, "No problem. If it's just the authorization to resell Tiandan Pavilion's elixirs outside of Middle Island, I think it's okay. When we return to Middle Island, Vice President Shang can go to Tiandan Pavilion and have a good discussion." Haha, that's great. Thank you, Master Lin. Come, let's have a toast. I hope we will have more and more cooperation in the future. Shang Wani laughed and raised his glass to toast Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't decline and raised his glass in return. The two drank at the same time and suddenly felt a little closer to each other. After getting Lin Yi's approval, Shang Wani was in a good mood. Don't look down on the authorization to resell these elixirs outside of Middle Island. For example, a yellow level 7 Thunder Xian pill was basically priceless. If it was sold in Tiandan Pavilion for 70 to 80,000 spiritual jades, it was easy to sell it for 2 to 300,000 spiritual jades in auctions like North Island. The profit from this was really not low. With this good start, Shang Wani naturally valued Lin Yi more. The two talked and laughed, and for a moment they were very close, like old friends reuniting. It was a pity that Shang Yuhua didn't have any special feelings for Wei Shenjin. A person who could be accepted as a follower by someone like Lin Yi shouldn't be too bad. It was a pity that she didn't have a good impression of Wei Shenjin from the beginning. After these two interactions, Wei Shenjin didn't show any frivolous behavior. Instead, he seemed very young and inexperienced. Shang Yuhua also learned about some of his previous failed marriages, but at most, she felt a little sympathy for Wei Shenjin. It wasn't to say that she was moved. While talking with Shang Wani, Lin Yi secretly paid attention to the change in Shang Yuhua's attitude toward Wei Shenjin. Although she didn't like him, at least she didn't hate him like yesterday, which was a big improvement. In any case, Shang Yuhua and Wei Shenjin were now acquainted. Whether they could have new developments in the future, Lin Yi couldn't care less. It was up to Wei Shenjin to pursue it himself, and others couldn't help much. At the other table, Li Zhaoyi let Zhang Tianqing flatter her, but she didn't respond at all. She ate her food slowly and elegantly, then got up and left. Not yet, to be continued. Chapter 58-26. The smile on Zhang Tianqing's face froze a little, and a trace of embarrassment and annoyance flashed across his face. However, he immediately stood up and wanted to catch up with Li Zhaoyi. However, when he saw Li Zhaoyi walking straight to Lin Yi, he was at a loss. His old man and second uncle had repeatedly warned him not to provoke Lin Yi, but Li Zhaoyi had been there. Should he follow her or not? Before he could figure out the answer to this question, Zhang Tianqing's body had already made a choice. He took a few quick steps and caught up with Li Zhaoyi. "Master Li Zhao, what are you doing here? Lin Yi is an enemy of our Dan Hall, and he is cruel and merciless. Be careful that he doesn't kill you." Zhang Tianqing leaned over to Li Zhaoyi and whispered to her. Unfortunately, Li Zhaoyi didn't want to pay attention to him at all. She moved a little to the side expressionlessly, meaning that she didn't like Zhang Tianqing getting too close. Zhang Tianqing was a little embarrassed, but he was used to this degree of disregard. It was not a big deal. Li Zhaoyi came to stand beside Lin Yi and said coldly, "Lin Yi, I have some questions to ask you. Come with me." Lin Yi looked up at her and said lightly, "I don't have time. Please go ahead." Zhang Tianqing thought that this was a rare opportunity. He immediately stood up and scolded angrily, "Lin Yi, don't be so shameless. You haven't even settled the debt of offending our Dan Hall. Now Master Li Zhao wants to ask you some questions, and you dare to make things difficult for him? What are you? Does the Dan Hall belong to you?" Lin Yi's face was full of sarcasm, and then he said coldly, "Don't bother me, or you will know the consequences." Zhang Tianqing was shocked. Only then did he remember that Lin Yi's fierceness was not something he could contend with. Even Shi Jun, who was at the peak of profound ascension, was defeated. How could he, a guy at the early Yuaning stage, challenge Lin Yi? Sure enough, the strategy of not provoking Lin Yi for the time being was correct. He should be obedient. Li Zhaoyi didn't pay attention to what Zhang Tianqing and Lin Yi were saying at all. She thought for a moment before continuing, "Since you don't have time, I'll ask here. What caused Shi Jun's condition? What kind of pill could save him? Or do you have such a pill formula? I can use other pill formulas to exchange with you." Lin Yi waved his hand to interrupt Li Zhaoyi. This chick either didn't speak or she talked non-stop. Didn't she know that she and Lin Yi were enemies? Of course, Lin Yi did not regard her as an enemy. He just felt that this chick was a little strange. "I said I'm not free, so I won't answer any of your questions. Also, Shi Jun has nothing to do with me anymore. Don't mention anything about him to me in the future," Lin Yi said unceremoniously. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Zhaoyi, but he also didn't have any good feelings towards her, so he didn't want to have any interaction with her. Li Zhaoyi wasn't angry. She just nodded and said, "Well, since you're not free, forget it. I heard that you're also a mystic first-level alchemist. If there's anything you don't understand in alchemy, you can ask me. I might find time to give you some pointers." After that, without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, she turned and left calmly, leaving Lin Yi looking at her back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This chick was really conceited. She knew that he was a mystic first-level alchemist, but she still dared to say that she would give him pointers. What level was her alchemy skills at? How old was she? Was there really such a genius alchemist? However, Lin Yi didn't care. His alchemy method was different from everyone else's. As long as Han Jingjing was there, he could constantly upgrade the automatic alchemy system. Alchemy was not difficult at all. After this little episode, Shang Wanyi didn't continue to chat with Lin Yi. Soon he left with Shang Yuhua. Although Wei Shenjin was a little reluctant, he was already very satisfied with the current situation. Today, Shang Yuhua chatted with him in a very normal tone. It was really just 2 sentences. One of them was a greeting before leaving, but it was obviously many times better than yesterday's cynicism. For this point, Lin Yi said that he had nothing to say. If Wei Shenjin liked to giggle, then let him giggle. He hoped that Shang Yuhua would like his giggle one day. After sending Wei Shenjin back to his room, Lin Yi went to the deck alone. After a day of sailing, Middle Island had long disappeared without a trace. In his sight, except for the other 4 treasure ships, there was only the beautiful scenery of the sea and the sky under the faint night sky. Lin Yi's divine sense spread out, wanting to see if Languza was cruising nearby. However, he couldn't find any trace of Languza within the range of his divine sense. It seemed that this guy was having too much fun after entering the sea. Previously, Lin Yi was still worried that Languza's strength wasn't strong enough, but after thinking about it, the strength of his consciousness should be considered to be far stronger than the sea beasts on Sky Stage Island. Adding on the sea dragon's racial advantage, normal sea beasts of the mountain opening period probably wouldn't be his opponent. As long as he didn't go to the deep sea to look for those strong existences, he probably wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, the ancient warship and the treasure ship were huge targets. He shouldn't have lost them. "Brother Lin, did you come here to look at the scenery? Why didn't you come and have a drink with me?" Okuda Ba walked over from the bridge and greeted him with a smile from afar. Linny withdrew his divine sense from the sea, turned around and said with a smile, "Brother Okuda, I was afraid of disturbing you, so I came here to enjoy the wind. Forget about drinking, I just ate." Okuda-ba walked over and pointed at Lin-yi. "Brat, why are you being so polite with me? Did you forget that you are still the honorary vice captain of this ancient battleship? You can do whatever you want on this ship." After saying that, Okuda-ba felt a bit regretful. He had actually forgotten that Lin-yi had this identity, that Jun dared to sneak attack the honorary vice captain on the ship, so it wouldn't be too much to deal with him. If Zhang Dongjue brought up the Maritime Shipping Association again, Okuda-ba wouldn't be worried. The honorary vice captain position had been reported. With this identity, the Maritime Shipping Association absolutely wouldn't be biased towards the pill hall. "Brother Okuda, don't tell me that you want me to do something, so you specifically reminded me that I am your honorary vice captain?" Lin-yi said with a laugh. He was just talking nonsense, but he didn't expect Okuda-ba to really agree. "That's right. I didn't have this idea at first, but Brother Lin, you reminded me." Okuda-ba smiled like an old fox that had stolen a chicken. "There is something that I really need your help with. Of course, if you don't have the time, you don't have to force yourself." Chapter 58-27. Okuda-ba was overjoyed. "Of course you can help. Actually, this matter doesn't have to be done right now, I'm just telling you in advance. You've already heard about the Maritime Association. Anyone who makes a living in the seas, as long as they aren't pirates, will be under the jurisdiction of the Maritime Association. Every once in a while, the Maritime Association will have a competition for the distribution of the sea routes. This year's competition will start shortly after the auction." Lin-yi suddenly said, "I understand Brother Okuda wants me to help you participate in the competition for the distribution of the sea routes? Let me say this first, I don't know much about this, so don't blame me if I can't help you. Brother Lin is too modest. You're the most talented maritime expert I've ever seen. If you can't help me, then no one can help me." Okuda-ba laughed and said. Lin-yi's first performance was still fresh in his memory. Not to mention the matter of the lookout, controlling the starfall array to repel the sea dragon was amazing. Just thinking about it made him excited for a long time. Only Lin-yi knew that it wasn't him who did it. If it wasn't for the ghost's help, he wouldn't have known about the starfall array. Thinking about the ghost, Lin-yi realized that he hadn't paid attention to whether the ghost had woken up or not after returning to the Heavenly Island. He hurriedly contacted in his mind, "Senior Azure Dragon, are you awake? What do you think? You stinking brat, are you hoping that I won't wake up?" The ghost said lazily, but the strong resentment in its words made Lin-yi blush with shame. It seemed like Jiao Yazi had used a similar tone last time, right? Old people need people to take the initiative to care for them. "Brother Okuda, let's talk about this matter first. When the competition for the sea route starts, I'll go with you. I won't be accompanying you for now, I just thought of an alchemy problem. I need to go back and test it." Lin-yi didn't have time to talk to Okuda-ba. He hurriedly said goodbye and ran back to his room. Lin-yi hadn't expected it before, but now that the ghost had woken up, of course, he had to have a good chat with it. After all, it was his mentor and helpful friend who could provide him with many useful suggestions. Ba Okuda smiled and waved at Lin-yi. He didn't mind Lin-yi being in a hurry. After all, he had already gotten the results he wanted. Other details weren't important. After Lin-yi returned to his room and sat down, he said solemnly, "Senior Azure Dragon, I haven't been able to contact you for a long time after I went to the secular world. I didn't think of you after I came back. I'm really sorry." "It doesn't matter. You don't need me now anyway." The ghostly thing snorted. Obviously, it didn't really matter. Lin-yi secretly laughed. Sure enough, this ghost was similar to Jiao Yazi. Unfortunately, Jiao Yazi couldn't appear on Heaven Stage Island. Otherwise, the two of them could be companions and chat when they had nothing to do. How is that possible? I went to the secular world because I didn't have Senior with me. That's why it was so difficult. If you were always by my side, I would be much more relaxed. Lin-yi's words weren't nonsense. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that it was difficult with the ghost around, it would indeed be more relaxing. The ghostly thing cackled and finally said in a satisfied tone, "You finally said something that makes sense. But I also know that you're trying to make me happy because you want me to help Okuda snatch the route, right?" How could that be? I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Senior, you still don't know me. Linny grinned. He thought to himself, I'll speak the truth when I see the person speaking the truth, when I see the ghost speaking the truth, when it sees the person speaking the truth. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Kid, you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble in the secular world. You even brought back a sea serpent. That little guy's fleshly body is really not bad. If it weren't for your little brother, I would have taken over his body. The ghostly thing sighed, looking very regretful. Linny suddenly broke into a sweat. Although he knew that the ghost was joking, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Languza. If the ghost really wanted to possess him, Languza really wouldn't be able to resist in the space of the jade pendant. The ghost was an absolute powerhouse in the aspect of spirit. The strength of Languza's divine sense wasn't even on par with the strength of his body. How could he be a match for the ghost? Senior, Languza is only a sea dragon. Even if you take over his body, you won't be able to display your might. Even if you want to take over someone's body, I think it should at least be that sea dragon from last time. Linny thought of the power of the sea dragon he saw last time. He really felt that if the ghost could possess such a body, its strength could at least recover 70% to 80%. The ghost laughed and said, Alright, you go catch him and let me possess him. I'll leave this task to you. Forget it, the body that is possessed is ultimately not as good as our own. We have to pursue perfection. Linny decisively changed the topic. Not to mention that he was only at the peak of the mysterious ascension late stage. Even if he was at the peak of the mountain opening late stage, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single swipe from the sea dragon. It was better to think of other ways. It just so happens that when I went to the secular world this time, I found a place called the ancient small Jianghu. It is said that there is a heavenly material and earthly treasure called the purple mist lotus that can perfectly reshape the body. Unfortunately, I didn't find the exact place. I'll go look carefully next time. If you didn't find it, why are you talking to me? The ghost said very discontentedly. The purple mist lotus was a good thing, but if you didn't get it, it was still a fake. Senior, this time there is a piece of soul cultivation wood being auctioned in the extreme North Island. I'm going to buy it for you to nourish your soul. This thing is useful to you, right? Linny patted his forehead and once again used the great method of changing the topic. In fact, when he heard about the soul cultivation wood, the first thing he thought of was the ghost, but he didn't contact him. He was really a little dumbfounded. Of course it's useful. At least you still have a conscience. I also know that you lost your soul because of that little girl Han Jingjing, so I'm a magnanimous adult and won't argue with you. The ghost said it generously, but Linny thought about its tone at the beginning. It didn't sound like a magnanimous adult. However, listening to its words, Linny knew that it already knew that he wanted to buy the soul cultivation wood. This ghost was really cunning. It obviously woke up, but it didn't take the initiative to talk to him. It had the same character as Zhao Yazi. Chapter 58-28. Knowing that Linny really cared about Han Jingjing, the ghost thing also became serious and solemnly said, In my experience, Han Jingjing's soul is probably trapped in a certain place, but it should not be in the secular world. Perhaps it is in some kind of space channel between the Heaven Stage Island and the secular world. In this case, if you want to use the spirit gathering branch to retrieve her soul, it should be a good idea. But whether it can work or not depends on her own ability. Linny rubbed his forehead in distress. The ghost thing couldn't give an accurate opinion, but at least he had a guess. In any case, with the ghost thing beside him, he felt that it would be easier to find Han Jingjing's soul. By the way, the spirit tempering pill you refined is good. I'll take a few myself, it can help me recover faster. The ghost thing wouldn't be polite to Linny. Before Linny didn't think of it, it didn't say anything, but now it didn't matter. It just said hello to Linny, and the rest was not something Linny needed to worry about. If you need it, just take it yourself, there's no need to be polite with me. Linny said indifferently. The number of spirit tempering pills was enough to use. In the case of limited use, he really couldn't use a few. It was estimated that the ghost thing was the same. But if the spirit tempering pill was effective for the ghost thing, then the spiritual knowledge fruit should also have an effect, right? Why didn't the ghost thing mention it? Senior, I still have spiritual knowledge fruit here. It's also useful for your soul, right? If you need it, just take it. The ghost thing snorted and said, You brat. You are really wasting God's gifts. The The spiritual knowledge fruit is good to use directly, but if it can be refined into a pill, the effect will be better. Of course, I know that the spiritual knowledge fruit is useful to me, but this thing is the same as the spirit tempering pill. It can only be used once in a big level, and the more you use it, the worse the effect. I don't want to waste this treasure. Let's wait until you refine the pill. The spiritual knowledge fruit can also be refined into a pill? Linny really wanted to cry but had no tears. It was terrible to be uneducated. It was no wonder that even after eating so many spiritual knowledge fruits, his spiritual knowledge did not jump by a few levels. Although most of them were used to refine the tumors on his spiritual knowledge, many of the medicinal efficacies were directly absorbed. Therefore, it was very important to have an experienced ghost by his side. Those precious experiences were definitely not something that could be obtained easily. Senior, do you have the pill recipe for the spiritual knowledge fruit? If there was a pill formula, Linny could immediately start trying to refine pills. He was currently at the peak of the late stage of profound ascension, and if everything went well, he might be able to break through to the profound ascension great circle. Unfortunately, the ghost simply shook his head and said, "No, but I can tell you that the pill used to refine the spiritual knowledge fruit is called divine accumulation pill, which is a higher level than the spirit tempering pill. The difficulty of refining it is probably between the profound rank 1 and profound rank 2. With your Shenong cauldron, there is no difficulty in refining it, as long as you can find the pill formula." Linny could not help but smile bitterly. The most difficult thing for him to refine pills was to obtain the pill formula. Now everything was ready, but this matter could not be rushed. Later, he would ask Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang to see if there was any news of the divine accumulation pill. "Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. You don't have to come to me if there's nothing important. I'll take a few of your spirit tempering pills and go into closed-door cultivation," the ghost said with a smile. Linny's current strength was enough to protect himself, so he was not worried about any sudden incidents. Linny was also speechless. "I don't have to come to you if there's nothing important?" Then who was the one who had a bitter face and blamed him for not looking for him earlier? After ending the chat with the ghost, Linny had nothing else to do. He could only continue to refine pills. Before going to the extreme North Island, he needed to refine more pills. Another day passed. Linny put away the Shenong cauldron and was ready to give the agreed spirit tempering pill to Hou Guanqi, so that he could begin to temper his spiritual sense. The effect of taking it for the first time was the best. Moreover, the strength of Hou Guanqi's spiritual sense was still very low. It was estimated that the first time could have a qualitative leap. When he went out today, he did not see Wei Shunjin waiting for him. When he swept with his spiritual sense, he found that this kid was already in the restaurant. There was no doubt that Shang Yuhua was also eating in the restaurant, but he did not sit with the Shang father and daughter. Without Linny by his side, Wei Shunjin did not have the courage to take the initiative to talk to Shang Yuhua. Linny smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had already helped Wei Shunjin to the limit. Whether he could succeed or not depended on himself in the future, so he did not plan to go to the restaurant. Looking up at Hou Guanqi's room, there was a restriction, but there was no do not disturb sign, so Linny directly went over and touched the restriction. Soon Hou Guanqi came over and opened the door. After seeing Linny, he suddenly showed a smile on his face. "Brother Lin, how come you have time to come over today? Come in, junior brother Kai is here too, let's have a chat." "Thank you, brother Ho, it's good that brother Kai is here too. It saves me from having to make another trip." Linny smiled and cupped his fists, then slowly walked into the room. Kai Zhongyang also came out, and when he saw Linny, he was very enthusiastic and cupped his fists. "Brother Lin, is there something you need from me? If there's anything, just say it." "Brother Kai." Linny smiled and greeted him, then walked inside and sat down. After Hou Guanqi poured a cup of spirit tea for him, he said, "Today, I came over because the pill that Brother Ho asked me to refine has been completed, so I specially came to deliver it to Brother Ho." "It's done so quickly?" Hou Guanqi said with some surprise. Although he knew that Linny's alchemy speed was very fast, he didn't expect it to be this fast. After all, he needed 10 soul tempering pills, and listening to Linny's words, he wanted to give a few to Kai Zhongyang. This was really not a joke. An ordinary alchemist could refine 2 pills in 2 days. Linny smiled slightly, took out 2 jade bottles that he had prepared, one big and one small, handed the big one to Hou Guanqi and the small one to Kai Zhongyang. Kai Zhongyang didn't care, took the jade bottle with a smile and said, I also have one? Thank you, Brother Lin. Let me see what pill it is. It's a soul-tempering pill. Lin said carelessly. In the small jade bottle he put 2 soul-tempering pills. Originally he also wanted to give some to Kai Zhongyang, but if a large number of soul-tempering pills flowed out, it wouldn't be good for him. For the time being, 2 was enough for Kai Zhongyang. If he needed it in the future, it wouldn't be too late to give it to him. Kai Zhongyang's hand trembled, and the jade bottle almost flew out of his hand. It was obvious that he had heard of the name of the soul-tempering pill. After grabbing the jade bottle in a flurry, he held it tightly in his hand, not daring to let go easily. Chapter 58-29. The best quality soul-tempering pill. Kai Zhongyang didn't have time to thank Hou Guanqi for the time being. He opened the lid of the jade bottle and immediately closed it again. He looked at Lin in shock and said, Brother Lin, you are really amazing. You can actually refine the best quality soul-tempering pill. With these 2 soul-tempering pills, my divine sense will have earth-shaking changes. Then he remembered Lin Yi's words and turned to Hou Guanqi and said, Big brother, I owe you this time. These 2 soul-tempering pills are too precious. It's a pity that the good things this time are all auction items of 5 elements commerce. Otherwise, I would have exchanged some things with you. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I will try my best to help you find it. Hou Guanqi was mentally prepared in advance, but he was still very excited. He didn't open the jade bottle and directly put it away. He cupped his fists and said to Lin Yi, Thank you, Brother Lin. After that, he said to Kai Zhongyang, Junior Brother Kai, don't listen to Brother Lin's nonsense. What I got is my share. What you got is Brother Lin's own. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Lin properly. Are you 2 kidding me? Kai Zhongyang laughed and immediately bowed to the 2 of them. In any case, I, Kai Zhongyang, have benefited from both of you. We are all brothers. There is no need to say unnecessary words. Everything is in my heart. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. That's right. We are all brothers. Being too polite will make us seem distant. Yes, Junior Brother Kai can see things clearly. I was too impulsive. Hou Guanqi laughed heartily as well. The already harmonious relationship between the 3 became even more intimate in an instant. After that, the topic revolved around elixir refinement. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang both thought that Lin Yi was a mystic 1st level or even 2nd level elixir refiner. So they humbly asked Lin Yi questions about elixir refinement. Fortunately, Lin Yi had Zhang Liju's elixir refiner's notes. These 2's elixir refinement came from the same lineage. All the questions were basically covered in the notes. Lin Yi was able to answer them easily. After this conversation, Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang admired Lin Yi more and more. This feeling was like receiving Zhang Liju's personal guidance. Many questions were answered easily. Although they hadn't tried it yet, they could tell that their elixir refinement had improved significantly. Brother Lin, listening to a wise man's words is better than studying for 10 years. Looks like we'll have to consult you more in the future. I hope you don't mind us bothering you. Hou Guanqi said emotionally. Now he was even more glad that he was able to be friends with Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's age and understanding of elixir refinement, in a few more years, he might become another elixir god. Lin Yi sweated in his heart. His theoretical knowledge was quite rich, but it was all from Zhang Liju's elixir refinement notes. He had never tried it before. If it wasn't for Han Jingjing's automatic elixir refinement device, he might not be able to make a single elixir in his lifetime. It was just that these 2 didn't know about this. After Hou Guanqi finished, Kai Zhongyang added, Brother Lin is definitely a good teacher to us. If you have time, why don't you take some time to give us some pointers? We'll be able to improve as well. You 2 are too humble. We're all discussing and improving together. What's there to ask for pointers? I won't dare talk to you guys anymore. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand, speaking half truth and half false. If it weren't for Zhang Liju's notes, he wouldn't have dared to talk to these 2 refiners like this. Wouldn't that be exposing his own weakness? They had been chatting for about half an hour, and Lin Yi felt that it was about time to go back and continue his elixir refinement. However, at that moment, a rapid bell rang in the ancient warship, echoing through all the corridors. Even in the locked rooms there was a faint bell ringing. This level of sound was specially set up by the ancient warship. It wouldn't affect the training of the people in the rooms, but it would attract a certain amount of attention. It was pretty much the same as triggering the lock at the door. Hou Guanqi frowned. What's going on? Is there some danger? Linny smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, Brother Hou. This kind of bell isn't a danger signal. It means that there's someone on the ship who needs help. I've been a lookout on this ship before, so I'm very familiar with all kinds of signals. Kai Zhongyang breathed out in relief. As long as there's no danger, that's good. If there's someone who dares to attack this ship, they're definitely very strong. No matter what, there'll be huge casualties. I don't want that to happen. An ancient warship and 4 large treasure ships indeed wasn't something that just anyone would dare to attack. Even if there was a beast wave like the last time, they'd be able to deal with it easily. If there really was someone who dared to attack, they'd definitely have enough confidence. Hou Guanqi smiled. You're worrying too much, Brother Kai. Normal people wouldn't dare to attack Captain Okuda's ship. Brother Lin, should we go see who needs help? Linny shrugged. Go, Brother Hou, I won't be going. There's a lot of people on this warship, I don't think I'll be needed. Just now, when I was talking with my 2 brothers about alchemy, I had a lot of enlightenment, so I'd like to go back and sort it out. If there's anything you need, Brother Hou can inform me at any time. There weren't many people on this ship that Linny cared about, and 2 of them were right in front of him, so he wasn't really interested in the person who needed help. Those who knew him all knew that if someone needed his help, they'd just go straight to him. If he heard the bell, he'd go take a look. Linny didn't have that much free time. Hou Guanqi nodded. Let's go take a look. If there's anything Brother Lin can do, can you help as much as you can? Kai Zhongyang reached out and hooked his arm around Hou Guanqi's shoulder. Eldest senior brother, you're really long-winded. Don't you know what kind of person Brother Lin is? Why are you saying such nonsense? Let's go, I'll go with you. If there's nothing important, I'll go back and study alchemy. Linny didn't mind and smiled. Don't worry, Brother Hou. If there's anything you need, I'll definitely help. As the 3 of them spoke, they had already left the room. Linny released his divine sense and saw that some people had already gathered on the deck. It seemed like there were quite a lot of warm-hearted people. In the world of cultivators, such a situation was rare. However, what surprised Linny was that the person who needed help was someone he knew, and their relationship was quite good. It was the vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Shang Wani. To be continued. Chapter 5830. Ning Cheng did not know what was going on with Shang Wani. Half of his body was red while the other half was pale. His whole body was twitching slightly. Moreover, he had already lost consciousness. The situation seemed to be somewhat serious. Since something had happened to Shang Wani, Linny also wanted to go and take a look. After all, he was someone that he knew. Even if he could not help, he should at least show some concern. However, he found that Wei Shanjin, this kid, had already run up to the deck, and was currently at the side of Shang Yuhua asking about Shang Wani's situation in a low voice, causing him to hesitate for a moment whether he should go over or not. Because if Linny went over, then Wei Shanjin would definitely stand by his side. It was a rare opportunity to show off. As such, Linny did not want to casually ruin it. Quietly using his spiritual consciousness to check on Shang Wani's situation, Linny basically understood what was going on. Shang Wani should have encountered some problems during his cultivation, leading to his current state of cultivation deviation. Although this state was very dangerous, but in a short period of time there would not be any new changes, Linny would not be able to help. As such, he went back to his room. Senior, are you in seclusion? After returning to his room, Linny wanted to look for that ghostly thing to ask about Shang Wani's situation, whether or not it had any countermeasures, but that ghostly thing seemed to have really gone into seclusion. There was no response to his contact. Linny shook his head. He could only think of a way to solve Shang Wani's predicament by himself. If it was just an injury caused by cultivation deviation, then Linny's all-purpose chi would be able to heal it, but the current situation was not so simple to solve. As such, he had to continue to think of other ways. As for the situation on the deck, Linny was still paying close attention to it with his spiritual sense. Maybe someone else could find a way to help Shang Wani. Even if they couldn't succeed, they could at least provide some ideas. In the past 2 days, Wei Shinjin had gotten to know Yuhua Shang, so he had gotten an answer from Yuhua after asking questions. Now that almost everyone had arrived, he stood up and cupped his fists. Dear friends, I'm Wei Shinjin. This is Vice President Shang of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. I think everyone knows each other. Because Vice President Shang was not careful in her cultivation, an accident occurred. Is there anyone here who has medical skills and can help treat Vice President Shang? I'll definitely reward you handsomely after this. Shang Yuhua looked at Wei Shunjin in surprise. Was this the same Wei Shunjin that she thought was a little dull? Why did he speak like a completely different person? Originally, these words should have been said by Shang Yuhua, but she was a little confused. After simply saying it to Wei Shunjin, she focused on Shang Wani's condition and forgot her original intention. Fortunately, Wei Shunjin helped her to say it, otherwise the bell would just find a bunch of people to watch the fun. In the world of cultivators, under normal circumstances, no one would take the initiative to help without asking, unless the other party was alone and didn't even have the ability to ask. Now Shang Wani obviously had a family by his side. If Shang Yuhua didn't say it, even if others could help, they couldn't help, lest it cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. After Wei Shunjin finished speaking, the first one to come out was Zheng Dongsheng. It was unknown whether he was really enthusiastic or had other ulterior motives. This old man is Zheng Dongsheng from the medicine sect, a senior alchemist. I'm extremely proficient in medicinal properties, and also dabbled in medical skills. Let this old man diagnose Vice President Shang's condition. Zheng Dongsheng walked over and said proudly, but these words were said to Shang Yuhua. As for Wei Shunjin, he simply didn't want to pay attention to him. Zheng Dongsheng had no interest in paying attention to Lin Yi's little brother. In fact, if it wasn't for Shang Wani lying on the ground, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to help. Shang Yuhua hurriedly bowed and said, Grandmaster Zheng's medical skills are naturally trustworthy. I ask Grandmaster Zheng to treat my father immediately. As for the consultation fee, please feel free to ask Grandmaster Zheng. As long as my father can be saved, this junior is willing to pay any price. Zheng Dongsheng nodded with satisfaction and said, Miss Shang's filial piety is truly touching. Vice President Shang will definitely be safe and sound. After a few polite words, Zheng Dongsheng half-squatted and began to examine Shang Wani. After a short while, he stood up with a dignified face and said, Vice President Shang indeed suffered from Qigong deviation during cultivation. Moreover, his situation is very special, it's not looking good. Shang Yuhua hurriedly said, Grandmaster Zheng, please think of a way to save my father. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. This junior will do her best to collect it. Zheng Dongsheng slowly nodded and said, If this old man isn't wrong, Vice President Shang should have fire and water dual spiritual roots, right? Shang Yuhua hurriedly replied, That's right, my father does have fire and water dual spiritual roots, but there has never been any problem during cultivation. Fire and water dual spiritual roots are very rare. These are two completely opposite and conflicting spiritual roots. During cultivation, water and fire are incompatible, and a little carelessness can lead to Qigong deviation. Vice President Shang is really lucky that nothing has happened to him for so long. Of course, it could also be that Vice President Shang's mental cultivation method is extremely advanced, and can transform the incompatible water and fire into complementary water and fire. In this way, the cultivation speed will be doubled, but it doesn't mean that there will be no Qigong deviation. This time there should be a problem. Zheng Dongsheng stroked the beard on his chin and spoke frankly with the demeanor of a grandmaster, frightening the people around him. Shang Yuhua was anxious. These things weren't important, the most important thing was how to save her father. What was this Zheng Dongsheng talking nonsense for? However, she still hoped that Zheng Dongsheng would help, so she didn't dare to complain. When Zheng Dongsheng finally finished speaking, Shang Yuhua hurriedly asked respectfully, Grandmaster Zheng, may I ask how to save my father? Vice President Shang's situation is very bad. Ordinary means are no longer of any use, Zheng Dongsheng said while shaking his head. When Shang Yuhua's face showed more and more anxiety, he continued, For now, I'm afraid the only way to save Vice President Shang is to refine a yin and yang pill to harmonize yin and yang, and communicate with water and fire. Moreover, this yin and yang pill must be given to him within 24 hours. Otherwise, even God can't save him. Shang Yuhua's complexion suddenly turned pale. She was the daughter of the All-Connection Chamber of Commerce's vice president. She was usually very knowledgeable, but she had never heard of a medicinal pill like the yin and yang pill. It was obviously a relatively obscure existence. Looking at Zheng Dongxing's manner of speaking, it was probably not something that could be easily refined. Chapter 5831. With the last glimmer of hope, Yuhua asked with a trembling voice, "Master Zheng, do you have the yin-yang elixir? If you don't, can you make it immediately?" Zheng Dongsheng said with a regretful face. "The ingredients for the yin-yang elixir are very precious, and the method of making it is very special. I don't have the elixir here. It's such a pity, Vice Chairman Shang." Yuhua's face turned pale, and her body swayed slightly, almost falling to the ground. Zheng Dongsheng was basically saying that Shang Wani couldn't be saved. Wei Xinjin quickly released a stream of qi to support Yuhua's body. He really wanted to do it himself, but in this situation, even if Yuhua didn't mind, he couldn't do it. After Shang Yuhua stabilized her body, although she was grateful for Wei Xinjin's actions, she didn't think too much about it. Her mind was in a mess, thinking about the yin-yang elixir and elixir refiners. Wei Xinjin retracted his qi and cupped his fist at Zheng Dongsheng. "Master Zheng, may I know what the ingredients for the yin-yang elixir are? If you can gather them, can you make the elixir immediately?" In fact, Wei Xinjin wanted to ask Lin Yi. After all, his boss was also a genius elixir refiner, even better than Zheng Dongsheng. But since Zheng Dongsheng was the one who brought it up, he couldn't just go around the old man and ask Lin Yi directly. This kind of behavior was quite taboo. If Zheng Dongsheng couldn't do it, then it would be perfectly justifiable to ask Lin Yi. Unfortunately, what Wei Xinjin didn't know was that Lin Yi was paying attention to everything here. As for the yin-yang elixir, Lin Yi really didn't know. In the end, it was because he didn't have enough knowledge. Zhang Liju's elixir refinement notes were mostly about his thoughts and experiences. It wasn't that there weren't any useful elixir recipes, but there weren't many of them. So most of the time, Lin Yi had to find the recipe himself to make elixir. Zheng Dongsheng snorted and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, completely disdainful of Wei Xinjin. With the grudge between Medicine Sect and Tiandan Pavilion, this kind of behavior was understandable. But Wei Xinjin was helping Yuhua ask the question, and this old man was a bit too ungentlemanly. Yuhua came back to her senses. She knew that Zheng Dongsheng and Wei Xinjin's boss had a grudge against each other, so she quickly asked the same question as well. She didn't like Zheng Dongxing's behavior at all. Zheng Dongxing heard Yuhua's question and said faintly, "The main ingredients of the yin-yang elixir are the extremely rare yin core fruit and yangji grass. The supplementary ingredients are normal, and a normal elixir refiner would have a certain amount of them. As for making the yin-yang elixir, I've already said that the method of making it is extremely special, and it's impossible for one person to make it." Yuhua couldn't care less about the special method of making the elixir. She had to get the yin core fruit and yangji grass first before she could consider making the elixir. "Master Zheng, do you have yin core fruit and yangji grass? If you do, I'm willing to buy them with spirit jade or trade with other items." As Shang Yuhua spoke, she was calculating in her mind who else on this ship could possibly have these two kinds of elixirs, and what else could she have that she could use to exchange for them. With the current situation, even if someone had these two ingredients, it wouldn't be easy to trade for them. There would definitely be people who would take advantage of the situation to raise the price. Zheng Dongsheng smiled meaningfully, then said faintly, "I do have a yin core fruit, but it's a pity that I don't have yangji grass. Anything I say is useless. Miss Shang, go find the yangji grass first, then come talk to me about the yin core fruit." Shang Yuhua's heart leaped with joy. She didn't think that Zheng Dongsheng would have a main ingredient in his hands. If this was the case, then her hope was much greater. As long as she could find the yangji grass, her father might be able to be saved. "Fellow Taoists, may I ask who has yangji grass? I, Shang Yuhua, am willing to buy it for a high price. I also promise that the Universal Chamber of Commerce will do me a favor. As long as my father is saved in the future, if the Universal Chamber of Commerce needs anything, I will do my best to repay this favor." Shang Yuhua cupped her hands and bowed to the crowd. She could only hope that someone would really be able to bring out the yangji grass. In the crowd, Kai Zhongyang looked like he was struggling. He really did have a yangji grass, but this yangji grass was reserved by a customer from the far north island. It wasn't something that was going to be auctioned off. If it was an auction item, it wouldn't matter if he sold it to Yuhua. But if he couldn't bring out the item reserved by someone else, then the reputation of Five Elements Commerce would be ruined. Speaking of which, the Universal Chamber of Commerce was a competitor of Five Elements Commerce. Using something that was related to their reputation to save a competitor was something that most people wouldn't do. Kai Zhongyang also felt that a person's life was at stake. He shouldn't have anything to do with the identity of the other party, so he hesitated. Without waiting for Kai Zhongyang to make up his mind, Zhang Dongsheng looked at him and smiled mysteriously. He said, "Miss Shang, I know who here has the Yangji grass. As for whether or not he is willing to bring it out, it will depend on Miss Shang's methods and sincerity. Of course, forget about the face of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. They probably won't care about your favor." Sensing Zhang Dongsheng's gaze, Kai Zhongyang's heart skipped a beat. Although the fact that he had the Yangpole grass wasn't a secret, not many people knew about it. How did this old man know so much about it? Shang Yuhua was overjoyed. What she was most afraid of was that the boat didn't have the Yangji grass. With their current position, they wouldn't be able to reach the shore within 24 hours. Even if they could buy it on the shore, it wouldn't be able to save Shang Wani's life. Since someone here had it, the only question was how much it would cost to buy it. "Master Zhang, please tell me, who has the Yangji grass?" Shang Yuhua held back her surprise and asked Zhang Dongsheng urgently. Zhang Dongsheng pointed at Kai Zhongyang and said with certainty, "Five Elements Commerce's Kai Zhongyang definitely has the Yangji grass. As for how much, I'm not sure." With these words, it was easy to think that Kai Zhongyang had more than one Yangji grass. At least that was what Shang Yuhua thought. Therefore, she was even more confident that she could trade for the Yangji grass. "President Kai, if you really have the Yangji grass, please sell it to me. Just name the price. I, Shang Yuhua, will not bargain." Shang Yuhua quickly walked in front of Kai Zhongyang and bowed solemnly. Although the two chambers of commerce were competitors, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Shang Yuhua didn't think that Kai Zhongyang would leave her in the lurch. After all, they were doing business. If someone wanted to buy it, wouldn't he take the opportunity to sell it for a good price? Chapter 5832. Lin Yi, who was in the room, was a little surprised. He didn't think that Kai Zhongyang would be dragged into this. Furthermore, he didn't say that he had the Yangpole grass right away, so there must be a reason why he didn't help Shang Wani. Because of this, Lin Yi had a strange feeling in his heart. On the deck, facing Shang Yuhua's eager eyes, Kai Zhongyang could only smile bitterly and say, "Miss Shang, I do have a Yangpole grass. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but this Yangpole grass is reserved by someone else. It's not for auction. If I give it to you, you know what the consequences will be." Shang Yuhua's face paled. She also ran a chamber of commerce, so of course she knew the consequences of reselling a customer's reserved item. No matter how high the price, there was no way to make up for the loss of reputation. To put it bluntly, Kai Zhongyang suspected that the Universal Chamber of Commerce was deliberately using this method to ruin the reputation of the Five Elements Commerce. But asking him to take out the Yangpole grass was indeed a bit too much. "Chairman Kai, I know this will make things difficult for you, but as you can see, my father's life is in danger. He's just waiting for the Yangpole grass to save his life. The Universal Chamber of Commerce will bear all the consequences of this. When we reach the far north island, whether it's the compensation or the explanation to the customer, I'll take care of it. Also, the price of the Yangpole grass will be decided by you, Chairman Kai. I only ask that you save my father's life." At the end of her sentence, Yuhua's eyes were filled with tears. Kai Zhongyang was in a very difficult position. If Zhang Dongsheng hadn't pointed out that he had the Yangpole grass, then perhaps he would have agreed to Shang Yuhua's request. However, because of Zhang Dongsheng's malicious gaze, Kai Zhongyang couldn't help but feel uneasy. Kai Zhongyang really couldn't bring himself to cut off Shang Yuhua. Although he was a businessman, he was also a soft-hearted person. "Haha, Vice Chairman Kai, you really have a cold heart. That little girl is already begging you, and yet you still won't budge. Are you afraid that the price is too low? You want her to give you the price herself?" Zhang Dongsheng made sarcastic remarks on the side, which made Kai Zhongyang more certain that there must be a problem. But he didn't know where the problem was. Ho Guanqi sighed in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to save Shang Wani, but he knew that Kai Zhongyang was in a difficult position. If he tried to persuade Kai Zhongyang, he would definitely listen to him. But that wasn't the result he wanted. After being reminded, Yuhua immediately said, Chairman Kai, I am willing to pay 500,000 spirit jades for the Yangpole grass. I will also take care of all the aftermath. At the same time, the Universal Chamber of Commerce still owes you a favor. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp. 500,000 spirit jades was definitely a large sum. Although not many people knew about the Yin-Yang pill, there were still those who had heard of it. They had already spread the news to those who didn't know about it. This type of pill was more troublesome to refine, but it was still a yellow level 7 pill. Normally, it would sell for 70 to 80,000 spirit jades at most, and that was if it was a completed pill. Yangpole grass was one of the main ingredients of the Yin-Yang pill, so its value could not be compared to a completed pill. Although the Yangpole grass was an extremely rare spirit herb, its normal selling price was at most 10,000 spirit jades. In a normal auction, it would be considered a sky-high price if it was sold for 20 to 30,000 spirit jades. Yet, Shang Yuhua had asked for 500,000 spirit jades and even promised to take care of all the loose ends. Furthermore, she had even done Kai Zhongyang a favor. The surrounding crowd even had the thought of killing Kai Zhongyang and robbing him. Miss Shang, you know that this isn't a matter of the amount of spirit jades. Kai Zhongyang smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Before he figured out Zheng Dongxing's intentions, he wouldn't dare agree to Yuhua's request. Miss Shang, he thinks that your price is too low. Zheng Dongxing said in a neutral tone, but deep down he was feeling great. If he could deal with someone close to Lin Yi, no matter who it was, he would be very happy. Wei Shenjin didn't wait for Yuhua to raise the price again. He stood in front of her and said to Kai Zhongyang, Chairman Kai, I really need your help this time. There won't be only one Yangpole grass. When we pass by the northern island, we can go up there and search. Maybe we can find another Yangpole grass for you to bring to the client. But Chairman Shang can't wait until we reach the northern island. A human life is at stake, so I hope Chairman Kai can consider it. Kai Zhongyang looked at Wei Shenjin with slight surprise. He didn't have to give face to Yuhua Shang, but Wei Shenjin was Lin Yi's little brother. No matter what, he couldn't refuse Lin Yi. Not to mention that Lin Yi had just given him 2 spirit-tempering pills. Their previous friendship was not something that could be measured by a mere Yangpole grass. Shang Yuhua looked at Wei Shenjin in surprise. Today Wei Shenjin seemed to be completely different from before. He was calm, decisive, and considerate. Well, that wasn't important. What was important was that Shang Yuhua suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was Wei Shenjin's boss, and that Kai Zhongyang and Lin Yi were good friends. Maybe Wei Shenjin's words could really make Kai Zhongyang change his mind? Shang Yuhua, who had been slowly losing hope, suddenly had hope again. However, Wei Shenjin suddenly said, Chairman Kai, this is my own request. It has nothing to do with boss Lin Yi. Although I really hope that you can agree to sell the Yangpole grass, I don't want it to be because of boss. Shang Yuhua didn't know how to describe her feelings. Was she calling Wei Shenjin an idiot? With Lin Yi's face, he actually didn't want it. Moreover, he didn't even need to say anything. Kai Zhongyang would have considered it himself, but he just had to open his mouth and make such a statement. But it was precisely this kind of Wei Shenjin that made Shang Yuhua feel that he was very responsible. A responsible man would not be bad no matter what. The problem was that if Kai Zhongyang refused to sell the Yangpole grass because of this, Shang Yuhua wasn't sure if she would hate Wei Shenjin. Maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't. Fortunately, Shang Yuhua didn't need to think about the answer to this question, because Kai Zhongyang had nodded. Little Wei, you underestimate yourself too much. Even if I don't give Brother Lin face, do you think I'll ignore you? We've interacted a lot these past 2 years. Don't tell me you don't see me as your friend? You're actually calling me Chairman Kai? Kai Zhongyang stared hard at Wei Shenjin, then took out a small, thin, and flat jade box and handed it to Wei Shenjin. This is my Yangpole grass. I'm giving it to you. Take it. Don't mention the spiritual jade. It'd be best if the North Island has it, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. I can handle this myself. You don't need to interfere. Since Kai Zhongyang had made up his mind, he cast aside all his worries and spoke casually to Wei Shenjin and Shang Yuhua. To be continued. Chapter 5833. Shang Yuhua didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. She didn't know how to react for a moment. After hearing Kai Zhongyang's words, she immediately bowed and said, Chairman Kai, Thank you for saving my life. Everything I said before is valid. I will give you the spirit jades immediately. Kai Zhongyang waved his hand and said, I said that this is for little Wei. If you bring up the spirit jades again, return the Yangpole grass to me. I Kai Zhongyang won't go so far as to ruin the reputation of Five Elements Commerce for some spirit jades. But for a friend it doesn't matter. Zheng Dongsheng, who was at the side, smiled darkly. He seemed to be very satisfied with the Yangpole grass that Kai Zhongyang took out, so he didn't say anything else to provoke him. Thank you, Chairman Kai. When my father wakes up, he will definitely pay a visit to thank you. Shang Yuhua didn't say anything else. Right now, the most important thing was to refine the yin yang pill to save Shangwani. Everything else could be put aside. Wei Shenjin didn't thank Kai Zhongyang too much. Some things couldn't be done with just a word of thanks. That's why there's a saying that great kindness can't be expressed with words. As for Kai Zhongyang's gratitude, he would only remember it in his heart. When there's a chance in the future, he will definitely repay it. After passing the jade box to Shang Yuhua, Wei Shenjin looked at Zheng Dongsheng. Now that he had the Yangpole grass, it was time to see what this old man would say about the yin-core fruit. Shang Yuhua walked a few steps forward and arrived in front of Zheng Dongsheng and said, Grandmaster Zheng, this junior has already obtained the Yangpole grass. Can we discuss the price of the yin-core fruit now? Zheng Dongsheng stroked his beard with the demeanor of an expert and said, Seeing your filial piety, I will sell the yin-core fruit to you according to the market price. 10,000 spirit jades will do. When these words were said, not only was Shang Yuhua surprised, but everyone else at the side didn't think that after the Yangpole grass had already appeared, Shang Yuhua's desire for the dark core fruit didn't need to be said. Just now, the Yangpole grass was priced at 500,000 spirit jades. Now, even if Zheng Dongsheng called out a sky-high price of 1,000,000 spirit jades for the dark core fruit, Shang Yuhua would still readily agree. But Zheng Dongsheng actually asked for a market price of 10,000 spirit jades. In fact, it was even cheaper than the market price. If it was brought to an ordinary auction, it would fetch at least 20,000 spirit jades. Could it be that this Zheng Dongsheng was really a good person of noble character and unquestionable integrity? Wei Shenjin expressed that he wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Shang Yuhua didn't say anything and immediately took out a red spirit jade card and handed it to Zheng Dongsheng. This was a spirit jade storage card that the Heavenly Island Commerce Alliance had introduced to facilitate settlement. The red color represented 10,000 spirit jades. In addition, there were orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, which represented 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1,000,000, 5,000,000, and 10,000,000 spirit jades respectively. Zheng Dongsheng didn't go back on his word. After receiving the spirit jade card, he readily handed the jade box containing the yin-core fruit to Shang Yuhua. After Shang Yuhua received the yin-core fruit, she used both hands to bring it to Zheng Dongsheng along with the Yangpole grass and said, Grandmaster Zheng, I will have to trouble you to help me refine a yin-yang pill. If my father is able to wake up, he will definitely reward you greatly. Miss Shang, didn't I already say it? The yin-yang pill's refining method is very special. This old man can't refine it, Zheng Dongsheng said with an innocent face. Hearing this, Shang Yuhua suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Thinking about it carefully, Zheng Dongsheng seemed to have really said so. But before, he didn't even have the materials, so it was meaningless to say anything else. But now that he had the main ingredient, he couldn't refine it. Wasn't it still the same? Wei Shenjin just wanted to speak, but Zheng Dongsheng comforted her. Miss Shang, don't worry. This old man can't refine it for a reason. It doesn't mean that others can't refine it. Please guide me, Grandmaster Zheng. Shang Yuhua's hope rose again, and she quickly and respectfully asked Zheng Dongsheng for advice. The yin-yang pill is special in that it requires two alchemists to cooperate to refine it. Moreover, it must be a man and a woman. The man focuses on the yang, and the woman focuses on the yin. Otherwise, it will only be a waste of materials, and it is absolutely impossible to refine it successfully. That's why I said that I can't refine it by myself. As Zheng Dongsheng spoke, the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Shang Yuhua's eyes suddenly lit up. On this ancient battleship, there was an excellent female alchemist, Li Zhaoyi. She was the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. With her help, the yin-yang pill would definitely not be a problem. Grandmaster Zheng, if you and Master Li Zhaoyi refine it together, there won't be a problem, right? Shang Yuhua hurriedly asked. As long as Zheng Dongsheng nodded, she would immediately ask Li Zhaoyi to help, no matter what the price was. Unexpectedly, Zheng Dongsheng still shook his head and said, I don't have enough energy. I'm afraid I can't cooperate with Master Li Zhaoyi. However, my grandson Zheng Tianqing is also a good alchemist. His alchemy ability is almost the same as mine. If he cooperates with Master Li Zhaoyi, it should not be a big problem. Shang Yuhua also had an impression of Zheng Tianqing's words, but it was not a good impression. What happened in the restaurant that day had been proved that Zheng Tianqing had poisoned the food, but now she couldn't be picky. Saving Shang Wanyi was the most important thing. Master Li Zhaoyi doesn't seem to be here. I'll ask her to come over immediately. Shang Yuhua looked around and didn't see Li Zhaoyi. She probably didn't come out of the room, so she immediately went to find Li Zhaoyi. Zheng Dongsheng raised his hand to stop her and said, Miss Shang, don't worry. I've already asked someone to invite Master Li Zhaoyi and my grandson. When they come, you can discuss the details with them. Thank you, Grandmaster Zheng. It's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my father would really be in danger. Shang Yuhua bowed gratefully and thanked him. Although Zheng Dongsheng didn't seem to be a good person, he did help. At this time, the strange feeling in Lin Yi's heart became more and more obvious, but there were too few clues for him to figure it out. After a while, Li Zhaoyi was really invited to the deck. Of course, Zheng Tianqing was always behind her, so there was no need to find him again. Shang Yuhua stepped forward and bowed respectfully, then sincerely asked, Master Li Zhaoyi, my father Shang Wanyi, has been possessed by the devil because of his carelessness in cultivation. Now only the yin and yang pill can save his life, so I beg you to help me refine the pill. I've prepared the materials. As long as you agree, I can agree to any conditions. Li Zhaoyi frowned a little. She looked at Shang Wanyi, who was still lying down and twitching slightly. She shook her head and said, I can't refine the yin and yang pill. Shang Yuhua thought that Li Zhaoyi was referring to the fact that she couldn't refine the elixir alone, so she immediately pointed at Zheng Tianqing and said, I know that the yin-yang pill needs 2 alchemists to refine it together. Master Zheng just told me about it, and he said that his grandson Zheng Tianqing is also an alchemist master, so he can cooperate with you to refine the yin-yang pill. Chapter 5834. Zheng Tianqing immediately laughed and said, Yes, I am indeed an alchemist, but I dare not be called a master. However, if I can cooperate with Master Li Zhaoyi, I think it will not be a problem to refine the yin and yang pill. Miss Shang, please rest assured that I, Zheng Tianqing, will not shirk from this task. Thank you, Alchemist Zheng. Shang Yuhua did not expect Zheng Tianqing to agree so readily, but in this way, there should be no problem with Li Zhaoyi, right? Master Li Zhaoyi, you see that Alchemist Zheng has agreed. When can you start refining the pill? Shang Yuhua looked at Li Zhaoyi expectantly, hoping that she would nod immediately. Unfortunately, the expressionless Li Zhaoyi still shook her head resolutely and said, I can't refine the yin and yang pill. This time Shang Yuhua's face really changed. Why was refining the pill so troublesome? Twists and turns were not enough to describe it. She was about to achieve her goal, but Li Zhaoyi inexplicably refused to refine the pill. If it were not for the fact that Li Zhaoyi was the only suitable female alchemist on the entire ancient battleship, Shang Yuhua would have fallen out with her. She was trying to save his life. Do you think you are playing a game? Zheng Dongsheng asked gently. Master Li Zhaoyi, don't you have the formula for the yin and yang pill? It doesn't matter, I have it here. I believe that with your strength, it will not be a problem for you to refine the yin and yang pill. I have the formula, but I can't refine the yin and yang pill. Li Zhaoyi glanced at Zheng Dongsheng faintly and said without hesitation. Shang Yuhua was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. She bowed and pleaded, Master Li Zhaoyi, my father's life is really at stake. Please help us once, and we will be very grateful. If you have any request, you can put forward it. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. Li Zhaoyi showed an awkward expression on her face, but she did not seem to want to agree. She still shook her head and said, You don't understand. I will auction my alchemy rights when I go to the extreme North Island this time. We, the Universal Chamber of Commerce, will buy it. No matter how much it costs, we will buy it. Shang Yuhua suddenly raised her head and couldn't wait to say loudly, Master Li Zhao, are you worried that after refining elixirs here, you may not be able to refine elixirs again when you reach the extreme North Island because of the loss? It doesn't matter. I'll buy the alchemy rights this time. Master Li Zhao, you don't need to attend the auction anymore. It's not like that. Let me finish. Li Zhao's tone was still indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. Refining the elixir consumes physical strength, but this is not the main reason. If it were any other elixir I would definitely help, but not the yin and yang elixir. Wei Shenjin said unhappily. Why can't the yin and yang pill work? If it wasn't for the fact that the yin and yang pill requires a female alchemist, I would have asked my boss for help long ago. Do you think that you're the only one here who knows alchemy? My boss's alchemy skills are much better than yours. Li Zhao glanced at Wei Shenjin and didn't argue with him. She just continued to say, when refining the yin and yang pill, because yin and yang meet, water and fire blend, the alchemist must be naked. It doesn't matter if I'm alone, but it's absolutely impossible to refine elixirs with others. Shang Yuhua was stunned. If it were her, she might not agree, let alone Li Zhao. They had nothing to do with the Shang family. Why should she sacrifice her innocence to help them? Zhang Tianqing said solemnly, Master Li Zhao, as the saying goes, doctors have the heart of a parent. Although it's a little troublesome to refine the yin and yang pill, Vice President Shang is in danger. How can some small things be more important than saving a life? Shang Yuhua opened her mouth, but she couldn't make any sound. Li Zhao had already made it so obvious. What else could she say? It was related to a girl's reputation, and Li Zhao was the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. She really couldn't do such a difficult thing. Li Zhao looked very embarrassed. Zhang Tianqing struck while the iron was hot and continued to say righteously, Master Li Zhao, as an alchemist, you must overcome all difficulties on the path of alchemy in order to spy on a higher realm. If Master Li Zhao is not even willing to refine the yin and yang pill to save a life, I'm afraid you will stop on the path of alchemy in the future. With your talent, are you really willing to stop completely because of a mere yin and yang pill? What he said was somewhat reasonable. After a slight pause, Li Zhao actually began to consider such a possibility. Zhang Tianqing was secretly delighted. This was the best opportunity to win over Li Zhao. As long as she agreed to refine elixirs with Zhang Tianqing, the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall would be his plaything in the future. Master Li Zhao, time waits for no one. We can wait slowly, but Vice President Shang can't wait. Hurry up and refine the yin and yang pill with me. This sort of thing, like watching someone die without helping, if it gets out, not only will it damage your reputation, even the pill hall will be smeared along with it. Zhang Tianqing smiled proudly, then pretended to be a gentleman and said, Don't worry, when I refine elixirs, I will definitely close my eyes. I will definitely not peek at you. If he hadn't said this, it would have been fine. After hearing his words, Li Zhao's pretty face suddenly turned cold. She snorted and said, You can refine elixirs with your eyes closed? You are indeed a top genius. I, Li Zhao, don't have that kind of ability. Zhang Tianqing wanted to say that he didn't mind her opening her eyes to look at him. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Linny walked out and said to him coldly, Get lost, don't block my way. Boss. Wei Shenjin hurriedly came over and said, Vice President Shang has been possessed by the devil. The situation is very bad. Linny nodded and said, I know. You don't have to say anything more. Li Zhao suddenly said, Linny, refine the yin and yang pill with me. This sudden suggestion made Linny slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Li Zhao would have such an idea. Zhang Tianqing's face was livid. He had talked for a long time, but Li Zhao still didn't agree to refine elixirs with him. As soon as Linny appeared, she took the initiative to ask to refine elixirs with him. It was simply too much. Master Li Zhao, Linny is the enemy of our alchemy hall. How can you say such a thing? Even if you want to refine the yin and yang pill, it should be me and you, right? Zhang Tianqing asked loudly with some exasperation. He had deliberately wanted to use this opportunity to refine the yin and yang pill to capture Li Zhao. How could he give up so easily? Not to be continued. Chapter 5835. Li Zhao said faintly, It's not up to you to decide who the enemy of Dan Hall is. Not to mention that you are just the grandnephew of Vice Hall Master Zheng. Even Vice Hall Master Zheng cannot represent the position of Dan Hall. These two sentences could be said to be quite serious. Not only did Zhang Tianqing's face change, even Zheng Dongjue, who was on the side, felt ashamed. Linny couldn't be bothered with a small character like Zheng Tianqing. He came out to refine the yin and yang pill to save Shangwani. The two main ingredients were ready. As long as he had the elixir formula, his Shinong cauldron would definitely be able to refine the yin and yang pill. Why do you want to refine pills with me? Linny was also very curious about Li Zhaoyi's proposal, so he asked. Li Zhaoyi said expressionlessly, "A person who says that he wants to refine pills with his eyes closed will never put his mind on alchemy. Even if he really closes his eyes, his mind will only fall on me. Besides, I don't think he will really close his eyes. Since I'm going to refine pills, I must refine the yin and yang pill to save Vice President Shang. I'm afraid this kind of person with distracting thoughts has never thought about refining the yin and yang pill successfully. He just wants to take advantage of me." It was rare for this girl to say so much. Linny really admired her. No wonder she was so impolite to Zheng Tianqing and Zheng Dongjue just now. It turned out that she was not stupid. She knew Zheng Tianqing's silly mind like the back of her hand. It was not wrong to say that Zheng Tianqing didn't care about whether he could refine the yin and yang pill at all. This kid was thinking about how to take the opportunity to get Li Zhaoyi. Whether Shangwani was dead or alive, it had nothing to do with him. You said that you want to refine the yin and yang pill with you, so you should have the elixir formula of the yin and yang pill, right? Linny smiled slightly and did not respond to Li Zhaoyi's words. Li Zhaoyi nodded and said, "Of course I have the recipe for the yin and yang pill. Although this kind of pill is relatively unpopular, I like to collect all kinds of pill recipes. The yin and yang pill recipe is one of them. If you agree, we can start refining the yin and yang pill immediately." Shang Yuhua grabbed Wei Shenjin's hand subconsciously, but she didn't notice it at all. She was just nervous. This damn yin and yang elixir was really torturing her. Saying that it was full of twists and turns was not enough to describe the ups and downs. Now, as long as Linny agreed, her father could be saved. "Give me the pill formula first." Linny didn't agree or disagree. He just asked Li Zhaoyi to give him the prescription first. Last time, this girl came to ask about Shijun's recovery method or prescription. Maybe it was because she liked to collect prescriptions? Li Zhaoyi didn't suspect anything. She quickly took out a small piece of parchment from her small bag and handed it to Lin Yi. "This is the prescription of the yin and yang pill. You have to carefully verify that what you're doing is correct. If you don't do this, I will also feel that you are not qualified to refine the pill with me." Linny smiled faintly. This girl was quite arrogant. She wanted to secretly test the other party's professionalism when she was looking for someone to refine the pill. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Linny had never intended to refine the pill with her. After a few quick glances, the contents of the prescription had already been memorized by Lin Yi. Except for the two main ingredients, the yin core fruit and the yang pole grass, the rest of the auxiliary licorice grass were indeed very common. Lin Yi had a lot of licorice grass in his own reserves. After returning the prescription to Li Zhaoyi, Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I won't refine the yin and yang pill with you." Shang Yuhua suddenly clenched her fingers. She didn't even feel her fingertips pinching into Wei Shenjin's palm. Wei Shenjin's expression didn't change, as if it wasn't his palm at all. Li Zhaoyi was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why? Do you think you can't refine the yin and yang pill?" But the yin and yang pill is only a 7th grade yellow level pill, except for the special refining conditions. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Zheng Dongsheng took the opportunity to say, "Master Li Zhaoyi, since Linny doesn't want to help Vice President Shang, you should refine the yin and yang pill with my grandson." To be honest, putting aside Lin Yi's hostility to our Dan Hall, his tacit understanding with Master Li Zhaoyi is also a problem. In addition, Tianqing is also a member of the Dan Hall. This kind of alchemy should be done with our own people. Shut up. It's not up to you, an alchemist from a famous medicine sect, to intervene in the affairs of the Dan Hall. Don't think that just because you're the cousin of Vice President Zheng, you can criticize the Dan Hall. Li Zhaoyi really didn't have a good impression of the Zheng family. Even Zheng Dongsheng reprimanded them mercilessly. Ignoring Zheng Dongsheng's embarrassed face, Li Zhaoyi frowned and asked Linny, "Linny, do you think that you're the one who will suffer a loss if you refine pills with me?" If Linny felt that he couldn't refine the yin and yang pill, Li Xiaoyi would never believe it. Then it might be possible that he would suffer a loss. But if it was refining the yin and yang pill, how could Linny suffer a loss? Li Xiaoyi didn't care that she would suffer a loss, so why would Linny care? To be honest, Li Xiaoyi really didn't understand what he was thinking at all. Shang Yuhua anxiously pulled Wei Shenjin and whispered into his ear, "Brother Wei, please help me beg your boss. As long as he can refine pills, I can agree to any request he has. Also, if my father can wake up, I'm willing to marry you." Thinking of how Lin Yi had repeatedly expressed his intention to matchmake her and Wei Shenjin, Shang Yuhua felt that she seemed to understand something. Perhaps Lin Yi wanted to use this matter to make her willingly marry his little brother? To be honest, after getting along with him for a period of time, Shang Yuhua had unknowingly changed her view of Wei Shenjin. After saying that she was willing to marry Wei Shenjin, she didn't have any resistance. Instead, she had a faint thought that this was also very good. Originally, Shang Yuhua thought that Wei Shenjin would be overjoyed after hearing this. After all, as long as he was not blind, he would be able to understand his love for her. However, to her surprise, Wei Shenjin didn't have any joy at all. Instead, his expression changed slightly. When Wei Shenjin pulled his hand out of Shang Yuhua's without batting an eyelid, she realized that she had been holding his hand all along. When their hands separated, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. "Miss Shang, my boss is not a person who likes to be threatened. If he can save President Shang, he will definitely not stand by and do nothing. And I hope you know that I like you as a person, not a commodity that can be used for trading." Wei Shenjin whispered in Shang Yuhua's ear. This was the first time he had clearly said that he liked her, but perhaps after saying it, they would no longer have the possibility of being together. To be continued. Announcement. The app is online. It supports Android and Apple. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. Appsid. Chapter 5836. However, Wei Shenjin did not regret it. He wanted Yuhua, and he did not get her through a deal. Moreover, she thought that Lin Yi was threatening her, which was also unforgivable. Shang Yuhua's pretty face was pale. She felt that she was really stupid. Wei Shenjin had clearly shown his responsibility and his principles. How could she say such a thing? She wanted to tell Wei Shenjin that she was just too anxious, so she spoke without thinking, but in the end, she only opened her mouth and could not say a word, because Wei Shenjin had already bowed to Lin Yi and made a request. "Boss, Vice President Shang's situation is urgent. Please refine the yin and yang pill to save Vice President Shang," Wei Shenjin respectfully requested. He did not ask whether Lin Yi could refine the yin and yang pill, because there was no need to ask at all. Even a fool like Zheng Tianqing said that he could refine it, so how could the boss not be able to refine it? Li Xiaoyi's view of Lin Yi had taken a sharp turn. Although the conversation between Shang Yuhua and Wei Shenjin was whispered, she still vaguely heard some of it. With her intelligence, she could naturally imagine other things that she did not hear clearly. Therefore, now Li Xiaoyi had already determined that Lin Yi wanted to use the matter of refining the yin and yang pill to force Shang Yuhua to marry Wei Shenjin. This kind of scum was not qualified to refine the yin and yang pill with her. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said to Wei Shenjin, "Of course I will refine the yin and yang pill, but this favor cannot be given to you. Otherwise, people will really think that the two of us colluded to bully her." Shang Yuhua took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Then she solemnly bowed to Lin Yi and said, "Master Lin, it's Yuhua's fault. I measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Big Brother Wei was such a responsible man. How could his boss be inferior to him?" However, when Yuhua said that she wanted to marry Big Brother Wei, it wasn't a transaction, but from the bottom of her heart. "No matter how this matter ends, I have to make this clear." Lin Yi patted Wei Shenjin's shoulder with a smile and said, "Miss Shang is a good girl. Cherish her in the future and don't let her down." "Boss." Wei Shenjin's face was slightly red, but he also knew that it wasn't the time to talk about this, so he could only lower his head and remain silent. Lin Yi beckoned to Yuhua and said, "Bring me the yin core fruit and yang pole grass. I will refine the yin yang pill." Li Xiaoyi said coldly, "I've changed my mind. You're not a good person. I don't want to cooperate with you anymore." Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "I'm sorry. I told you that I don't want to refine the yin yang pill with you. It's just a yin-yang pill. I can refine it myself. Li Zhaoyi frowned and said, that's impossible. Even if you also have water and fire spiritual roots and can condense the fire of both water and fire, it is impossible for you to refine the yin-yang pill. There is only one yin core fruit in yang pole grass. If you do this, Shangwani will really die. Zhang Tianqing finally found a chance to step on Lin Yi's ass. He couldn't wait any longer and jumped out. Lin Yi, don't play around with people's lives if you want to brag. Master Li Zhao's alchemy skills are far above yours. Don't you know the difficulty of refining the yin-yang pill? What's more, you didn't even have the recipe for the yin-yang pill. After peeping at Master Li Zhao's recipe, you said that you can refine it by yourself. Do you really think this is a joke? Lin Yi glanced at him disdainfully and sneered. Summer insects can't talk about ice. If you can't do it yourself, does it mean that no one in the world can do it? You are a frog in a well. You'd better go back and read a few more books to improve your knowledge. Otherwise, you will lose face for the Zheng family. Zheng Dongsheng sneered and said, the descendants of the Zheng family don't need to listen to people like you who talk nonsense. Instead of letting you waste elixirs, it's better to let my grandson and Master Li Zhao refine the yin-yang pill together. Li Zhao did not speak this time, but looked at Lin Yi coldly, wanting to see how he was going to end this. As for Shangwani's life, Li Zhao would certainly save him if he could, but in this situation, he might not be able to. Lin Yi ignored the idiots of the Zheng family, turned to Shang Yuhua and said, Miss Shang, if I say that I can refine the yin-yang pill, do you believe me? If you believe me, give me the thing. If you don't believe me, just pretend that I didn't say anything. He saved Shangwani because Lin Yi and Shangwani had a good relationship, and they had just finalized some small cooperation before. Secondly, he did it for the sake of Wei Xinjin. However, if Shang Yuhua did not believe him, Lin Yi would definitely turn around and leave. There was no need for him to beg her to let him refine elixirs to save Shangwani. Shang Yuhua did not hesitate this time. She had heard too many magical deeds of Lin Yi from her father, and she still admired him in her heart. Moreover, this was Wei Xinjin's boss. Out of trust for Wei Xinjin, she would also choose to believe Lin Yi. Seeing Shang Yuhua hand over the two main ingredients to him without any hesitation, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He thought that Shang Yuhua would at least consider it. Zhang Dongxing's complexion was extremely ugly. He coldly snorted and said, the yin core fruit is this old man's. It is used to save people, not for you, Lin Yi, to waste. If you really want to refine the yin-yang pill, then I'm sorry, this old man will not sell the yin core fruit. Lin Yi laughed. His face was full of ridicule as he looked at Zheng Dongsheng and said, Zheng Dongsheng, you are really shameless. Money and goods have been exchanged. How can you say that you want to overturn it? No wonder you look like a dog. It turns out that you like to eat things that come out. The surrounding people suddenly burst into laughter. It was clear that they were also very disdainful of Zheng Dongxing's actions. On Heavenstep Island you can steal and rob, but you can't go back on your word after completing the transaction. Doing so would attract everyone's disdain. Because of this, when Kai Zhongyang took out the yang pole grass, he hesitated. Zheng Dongsheng was also secretly regretting it. He was a bit anxious, so he didn't think carefully before speaking, allowing Lin Yi to seize the opportunity. But once the words left his mouth, spilled water was hard to take back. If he went back on his word, he would only be laughed at. Chapter 5837. After all, he was a member of the All-Trade Chamber of Commerce. After calming himself down, he was very skilled in handling things. His words were watertight, reminding him that the yin core fruit transaction had been completed, and there was no room for regrets. He also explained that the new Spirit Jade card was only a token of gratitude, and had nothing to do with the previous transaction. Lin Yi didn't care whether Zheng Dongsheng would accept the Spirit Jade card or not. He just sneered at him and turned back. The refining of the yin and yang elixir had to be done as soon as possible. Although Shangwani was fine for the time being, there would always be some problems after a long time. Li Zhaoyi watched Lin Yi leave coldly and didn't say anything more. Since Shang Yuhua chose to believe Lin Yi, she certainly wouldn't fight for this job. Zhang Tianqing said unhappily, Master Li Zhao, the people of the Shang family are really idiots. They actually believe that the liar Lin Yi can refine the yin and yang elixir by himself. It's a pity that the yin core fruit and the yang pole grass will be wasted. Li Zaoi didn't want to talk to him. She had just scolded the Zheng family so much, but this guy still had the cheek to come up to her. There was no one else who could be so shameless. In fact, Zheng Tianqing had no choice. It was necessary to win over Li Zaoi, who played a pivotal role in the Zheng family's control of the alchemy hall. Even if Li Zaoi slapped him in the face, he still had to lean over and let her slap him, not to mention that Li Zaoi had only scolded them. Zhang Yuhua watched Lin Yi leave, but she was still a little nervous. Although she gave the things to Lin Yi so readily, it was absolutely false to say that she was not nervous about Shang Wani's life. Unconsciously, she subconsciously held Wei Shenjin's palm again, as if this could bring her some sense of security. Wei Shenjin felt her uneasiness and comforted her softly. Don't worry, the boss never does things that he is not sure of. As long as he promised, he will definitely do it. Only then did Shang Yuhua find that her palm was holding Wei Shenjin's again. Listening to his whisper in her ear, her heart suddenly calmed down a lot. After a soft hum, she stopped talking. After returning to the room, Lin Yi opened the restriction, took out the Shenong cauldron, and then entered the formula of the yin and yang elixir. As he expected, the automatic alchemy system did not require a man and a woman. As long as there was the input of genuine qi or divine awareness into the appropriate alchemy fire, the alchemy could be easily completed. After the automatic alchemy system's analysis, the most suitable alchemy script for refining the yin and yang pill was generated. Of the alchemy, step by step, the alchemy and the alchemy. In terms of refining time, the yin and yang pill was indeed longer than the spirit-quenching pill or even the mountain-gazing pill. It could be seen that the difficulty of refining this kind of elixir was indeed higher, but it did not matter. Anyway, he could succeed. After Lin Yi opened the Shenong cauldron, he got 2 yin and yang elixirs, which was a surprise. The automatic alchemy system had expected only 1. After all, there was only 1 set of materials. At most, there would be a little more leftover materials. He did not expect that the leftover materials could also be used to refine a yin and yang pill. Moreover, these 2 yin and yang pills were of the best quality. If they were auctioned, the starting price would be at least 100,000 spirit jades. After packing up his things, Lin Yi opened the door and went to the deck. Most of the onlookers had left. After all, the life and death of Shang Wani was not worth staying in the same place to wait for the result. Only the relevant people were still there. For example, the Zheng family wanted to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself, and Li Zaoi also wanted to teach him a lesson. Hence, when Lin Yi appeared on the deck, Zheng Dunqing didn't even wait for him to speak before he laughed out loud and mocked. Look, Master Lin is here. He actually used more than 4 hours to make the pill useless. I wonder how he's going to wake Vice President Shang up. Could it be that he's going to use those dregs? He can save people with dregs. Master Lin's alchemy is really amazing. Zheng Dongsheng also sneered. Ignorant child, do you think that you can refine all the elixirs just because you can refine a few difficult elixirs? Miss Shang, you'd better prepare for your father's funeral. The difficulty of refining the yin and yang pill is extremely high. It may not be successful even in 24 hours. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He came out so soon. Needless to say, he must have failed. Shang Yuhua's face was pale and her body swayed slightly. Wei Shenjin clenched his fists slightly and said softly, "The boss will not let us down. Before the boss speaks, we don't need to pay attention to any gossip." After hearing Wei Shenjin's words, Shang Yuhua took a deep breath, looked at him and nodded hard. At this point, she could only believe that Lin Yi could bring a miracle. Li Zaoi also frowned and looked at Lin Yi unhappily, waiting for him to speak. Lin Yi ignored the provocation of the grandfather and grandson of the Zheng family, and went straight to Shang Yuhua. He turned his hand and took out a jade bottle, handed it to her and said, "The yin and yang pill is refined. Hurry up and give it to your father." "Impossible!" Zhang Tianqing shouted directly. Did Lin Yi really take out the yin and yang pill? Yin and yang pill that was refined in 4 hours? If he didn't know that Lin Yi was not someone to be trifled with, he would have rushed over and snatched the jade bottle. Li Zaoi did not have such scruples. She came directly to Shang Yuhua and said, "Let me see the jade bottle. I want to know if Lin Yi really refined the yin and yang pill." Shang Yuhua, who had just held the jade bottle in her hand, did not have time to thank Lin Yi before she encountered such a situation. She suddenly looked at Lin Yi with some hesitation, not knowing if he would mind. Of course Shang Yuhua minded very much. She just wanted Shangwani to take the yin and yang pill immediately. Who would be happy to take out such a life-saving thing for others to study? What if there was an accident? At that time there would be no second alchemy material to refine the yin and yang pill. Lin Yi glanced at Li Zhaoyi lightly and nodded to Shang Yuhua. It was no big deal. Even if Li Zhaoyi made an accident with this elixir, he still had another one with him. There was no need to worry that Shangwani would not have enough yin and yang pill to eat. Seeing Lin Yi nod, Shang Yuhua carefully handed the jade bottle to Li Zhaoyi. Li Zhaoyi opened the jade bottle with a solemn expression. Inside was a black and white elixir like a Tai Chi pattern. There were 3 faint halos around it. It was definitely the yin and yang pill. Chapter 5838. Zheng Tianqing suddenly looked like a duck that had been strangled by the neck. He stretched his neck and looked over with a flushed face. After a while he cried, "Master Li Zhao, don't be fooled by this liar. How can the yin and yang pill be refined in such a short time? He must have prepared this yin and yang pill a long time ago, and now he is showing off." Li Zhao suppressed the shock in her heart, then looked at Zheng Tianqing with a cold face and said, "Are you doubting my judgment? Can't I tell whether the pill has just been refined or not?" Zheng Tianqing was suddenly speechless. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew that there would be a big difference between a pill that had just been refined and a pill that had been stored for a long time. However, it was too difficult for him to believe that Lin Yi had really refined the yin and yang pill by himself just now. Li Zhao snorted and ignored Zheng Tianqing. She returned the jade bottle to Shang Yuhua and said, "This is indeed the yin and yang pill. Your father can be saved. Hurry up and give it to him." "Thank you, Master Lin." "Thank you, Master Li Zhao." Shang Yuhua hurriedly thanked him, then took the jade bottle and put the yin and yang pill into Shangwani's mouth. The yin and yang pill melted in his mouth and quickly harmonized the water and fire genuine qi in Shangwani's body. In just a dozen breaths his body stopped twitching, and the situation where half of his body was red and half of his body was pale slowly disappeared. The hot and cold qi gradually blended, and he slowly returned to his normal body temperature. Shang Yuhua was so excited that she covered her mouth and did not dare to make a sound, for fear that it would affect Shangwani's recovery. After a while Shangwani woke up. Except for a little listlessness, he basically had no other problems. "Father, you finally woke up. You scared me to death." When Shang Yuhua saw Shangwani sitting up, she immediately threw herself into his arms, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time burst out of her eyes. The people of the Zheng family had quietly left. They were too ashamed to stay. Now there were only the people of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi, Li Zhao, Hou Guanqi, Kai Zhongyang and others on the deck. As for the fact that Lin Yi could refine the yin and yang pill, Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang did not find it strange. Seeing that Shangwani had woken up, they did not stay any longer. After whispering to Lin Yi, they went back. "Father, this time it is all thanks to Master Lin Yi that we can save you. There is also President Kai of the 5 Elements Commerce. Without his yang polgrass we would not be able to refine the yin and yang pill." Shang Yuhua remembered that she should thank these benefactors. She quickly got up and wanted to tell Shangwani about what had just happened. Shangwani waved his hand and said, "Yuhua, you don't need to say anything. Although I am possessed, I am still conscious. I know what happened here." As he spoke, he stood up and walked in front of Lin Yi. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed. "Master Lin, it is all thanks to Master Lin that I was able to survive this time. From now on, if you need any help, I, Shangwani, will definitely die for you." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Chamber of Commerce leader, you are too polite. We are friends. How can I sit back and do nothing when a friend is in trouble? Don't mention this again. Otherwise I, Lin Yi, will not treat you as a friend." "Okay, since Master Lin has said so, I will not say anything more." Shangwani laughed and patted his chest hard. "I can't thank you with words. Everything is in my heart." After talking to Lin Yi, Shangwani solemnly thanked Li Zhaoyi. Although she did not directly refine the elixir, after all, she was willing to bet her reputation to refine the elixir for him. Moreover, she was the one who showed the elixir formula of the yin and yang pill to Lin Yi, so she should thank him. However, Li Zhaoyi obviously did not care much about Shangwani's thanks. What she cared about was Lin Yi's alchemy, So she said a few perfunctory words absent-mindedly. She just wanted to ask Linny about it. On one side, Shang Yuhua wiped away the tears on her face and whispered to Wei Shunjin with a sweet smile. Brother Wei, you are right. Your boss is really a man of his word. And he will never lie. Wei Shunjin whispered proudly. Of course my eyesight is very good now. I will never be wrong when I look at people. This implied words made Shang Yuhua blush slightly, and she felt a little sweet in her heart. Then she said in a lower voice, my eyes are not as good as yours, but I will not lie. What I said just now is true. Wei Shunjin was stunned and said, what did you say? Shang Yuhua stretched out her finger angrily and secretly pinched Wei Shunjin's arm. She said, do you want me to say it again? Don't even think about it. It's fine if you don't remember. Wei Shunjin suddenly came to his senses, and he was naturally overjoyed. However, in front of her father, he did not dare to have any overly intimate actions. For a while he also scratched his ears and didn't know what to do. At this time Shang Wani was saying to Linny, Master Lin, you have worked hard today. When you are free I will visit you. There are still some things I want to ask Master Lin about my qi deviation this time. President Shang can come at any time. You also need to have a good rest today. I will go back first. Also, if President Shang treats me as a friend, don't call me Master Lin in the future. Just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi said with a smile. Shang Wani seemed to be a good person, and the Universal Chamber of Commerce's influence in Zhongdao was not bad. It was always good to have one more friend. Shang Wani laughed and said, well, I will call you Brother Lin like President Kai Zhongyang. Brother Lin, don't call me President Shang Wani anymore. That is really too formal. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Brother Shang. When they were chatting, Li Zhaoyi was already a little impatient. Now she said lightly, President Shang needs to take a good rest. You'd better go back and rest early. Shang Wani was a veteran in the business world. As soon as he heard this, he knew that he was a hindrance. After all, he was a person who had helped him before. It was not good for him not to give face. He immediately said goodbye to Lin Yi with a smile and said goodbye to Li Zhaoyi. Seeing that her father was leaving, Shang Yuhua hurriedly whispered to Wei Shunjin, let's go to the restaurant for breakfast tomorrow morning. After that, without waiting for Wei Shunjin to answer, she turned around shyly and walked 2 steps quickly, leaving with Shang Wani. Chapter 5839. Boss, do you want to have breakfast with us? Wei Shunjin scratched the back of his head and asked with a smile, but Lin Yi guessed that this guy did not want a third wheel to follow him. Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, Li Zhaoyi had already said to him, Lin Yi, wait. What's the matter? Lin Yi thought that he should at least give her some face after seeing her elixir recipe, so his tone was still gentle. In fact, seeing Li Zhaoyi's attitude towards the Zheng family, Lin Yi felt a little more friendly towards her. Although they were not friends, at least this girl was not an enemy. Did you really refine the yin and yang pill alone, and it's a special quality yin and yang pill? Although the facts were in front of her, Li Zhaoyi could not help but ask. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a faint smile, what's so strange about this? You saw it yourself, do you still need to ask me? Li Zhaoyi frowned slightly and muttered to herself, this is impossible. Why is it like this? How can yin and yang pill be refined by one person? Lin Yi thought that with the automatic alchemy system, there was no elixir that was impossible to refine. Of course, he would not tell this girl these words. There is nothing impossible in this world. You think it's impossible, because you haven't found a way to make the impossible possible. Lin Yi said casually and prepared to leave. If she only asked this question, then he really didn't have much to say. Li Zhaoyi's eyes lit up and she repeated in a low voice, there is nothing impossible in this world. You think it's impossible because you haven't found a way to make the impossible possible. These words sounded ordinary, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Li Zhaoyi's gaze towards Lin Yi also changed a little. She only felt that this guy was really unfathomable. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Lin Yi waved his hand and beckoned Wei Shunjin to go back. Li Zhaoyi hurriedly stretched out her hand and said, wait a minute, Lin Yi. Can you teach me your method of refining the yin and yang pill? I can use pill formulas, spirit herbs and so on to exchange with you. As for spirit jades, Li Zhaoyi didn't mention them at all. She didn't think that an alchemist would lack spirit jades. Only those precious pill recipes and elixirs would arouse his interest. Lin Yi was really interested in Li Xiaoyi's offer. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell her the method of alchemy, so he could only give up regretfully. I'm sorry, but my method is only suitable for myself. No one else can replicate it. Lin Yi shook his head. This was indeed the truth. So you don't have to worry. No matter what you take out, I can't teach you. A trace of disappointment appeared on Li Xiaoyi's face. She then asked, Lin Yi, can you tell me who your master is? Lin Yi thought to himself, this weird girl really doesn't take the normal path. This kind of thing is usually someone else's privacy, right? Even if you want to ask, at least be tactful. How can you ask so straightforwardly? Can you tell me? Li Xiaoyi asked again, her eyes full of expectation. Lin Yi shook his head and chuckled. Shangguan Tianhua. Li Xiaoyi was obviously stunned, and then frowned slightly. That's not right. Shangguan Tianhua shouldn't know alchemy, right? How could he teach an alchemy master like you? You don't really believe it, do you? Lin Yi was speechless as well. This was obviously bullshit, and yet this girl didn't even suspect a thing? She was even seriously considering how Shangguan Tianhua had taught Lin Yi how to concoct pills. Lin Yi was truly defeated by her. After this period of interaction, Lin Yi could tell that Li Xiaoyi was a little girl who didn't know much about the world. She was pure and kind, but because she didn't interact much with people, she was lacking in the ways of the world. She wasn't a bad person, thinking that if Li Xiaoyi didn't get the right answer, she would probably come back and bother him again. Lin Yi didn't want to trouble her any further, so he might as well just tell her the truth. Come here, I'll tell you a secret. Lin Yi waved at Li Xiaoyi, and when she got closer he whispered, Actually, you know my master as well. He's the head of your alchemy hall, Zhang Liju. Ah? Li Xiaoyi straightened up and looked at Lin Yi with an adorable face. She opened her mouth and asked after a while. Really? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Yes. He didn't wait for Li Xiaoyi to say anything else and brought Wei Shunjin back. Zhang Tunqing, who was hiding and watching from afar, gritted his teeth. Lin Yi had almost put his mouth on Li Xiaoyi's ear. He'd been trying to please her for a few days, and he hadn't done anything intimate with Li Xiaoyi. What right did Lin Yi have to do that? Li Xiaoyi was still in a daze. She wanted to guess that Lin Yi was lying, but she felt that it was the truth other than Zhang Liju. Who else in Sky-Class Island had the ability to teach a disciple like Lin Yi? Wei Shunjin was very excited the whole way, and Lin Yi didn't bother with him. He sent him back to his room to sleep and went back to his own room. These 2 days Lin Yi had been concocting elixirs, but now he didn't want to continue concocting elixirs. Instead, he wanted to train. When he leveled up before, he almost broke through to Mystic Ascension full circle, but in the end, he stopped at the peak of Mystic Ascension late stage, so Lin Yi wanted to try and see if he could find an opportunity to break through. After knowing that spiritual sense grassroot, spiritual sense fruit, and so on had a limit, Lin Yi had already given up on the idea of using spiritual sense to level up. Even if he wanted to use it, he could only do so after he entered the mountain opening stage. After entering the space of the Jade Pendant, Lin Yi began to use the heaven-stealing fortune battle art to train. The ghost was still in closed-door training, and no one would disturb him. It was the best time to train. However, Lin Yi estimated that he would not have a chance to enter the Mystic Ascension full circle in a short time. His current training was more about consolidating his previous improvements, and when the opportunity to advance appeared, he would be able to succeed in one fell swoop. The time spent in cultivation passed very quickly. After Lin Yi ran a few big circles, it was already noon. He didn't know how Wei Shunjin and Shang Yuhua ate breakfast. Maybe they would eat lunch or even dinner. After leaving the space of the Jade Pendant, Lin Yi's spiritual sense passed through the door restriction and found that Shang Wani was standing alone at the door. He didn't know how long he had been waiting. Lin Yi quickly opened the restriction and invited Shang Wani in. Brother Lin, sorry to disturb you. Shang Wani saw Lin Yi open the door, and immediately smiled and cupped his fists. Did I disturb you? Chapter 5840. Shang Wani replied politely and followed Lin Yi into his room. After he sat down, he immediately took out a green spiritual jade card and placed it on the tea table. Brother Lin, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived today. These spiritual jades are not a gift of thanks. They are just a fee for Brother Lin's alchemy. Please don't decline. Although my life isn't worth much, It isn't something that can be bought with just a few spiritual jades. Lin didn't act pretentiously. 500,000 spiritual jades to buy a chance for his alchemy was indeed not low, but compared to the life of Shangwani, the vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't worth mentioning. Shangwani's meaning was also very clear. Lin had saved his life, and these spiritual jades couldn't make up for it. Moreover, from the future cooperation with Tiandan Pavilion, the profits from a few high-grade alchemy pills would be able to earn back this amount of spiritual jades. Since Shangwani had already taken it out, if Lin didn't accept it, it would make the relationship between the two seem distant. Therefore, he just nodded indifferently, casually thanked Shangwani, and put away the spiritual jade card. Shangwani's face revealed a happy expression. After chatting with Lin for a while, he solemnly said, "Brother Lin, the main reason I came here today is to talk to you about my qi deviation." Lin nodded and said, "Brother Shang, do you feel that your qi deviation this time is a bit sudden, so you feel strange?" "Yes, that's right." Shangwani looked at Lin with some surprise and said, "Brother Lin, could it be that you already found something wrong with me?" "That's not it." Lin shook his head, thought for a while and said, "I feel that Brother Shang's cultivation with your fire and water dual spiritual root is no longer in the dangerous period at the beginning. Generally, this kind of cultivation is the easiest in the early stage, but at your current stage it is extremely stable and safe. If it isn't for breaking through the bottleneck of a big level, there basically won't be any danger." Shangwani nodded in realization and said, "Brother Lin, you're really insightful. My current strength is indeed still very far from breaking through the bottleneck of a major realm, so it's not very likely for me to go berserk. I didn't think of this." "Brother Shang, are you saying that something abnormal happened to your body before you succumbed to qi deviation, so you're guessing that the crisis this time wasn't spontaneous?" After listening to Shangwani's words, Lin had this speculation. Actually, it was very easy to come to this conclusion. "That's right, and I suspect that I was poisoned." Shangwani's face suddenly darkened. He was also one of the important figures of Middle Island. If this could be confirmed, then his revenge would definitely not have the slightest mercy. "This time I had just started cultivating, and my true qi had only circulated less than 1/3 of the cycle. Suddenly, a strange kind of true qi appeared in my dantian and directly rushed into my true qi, breaking the original balance of the water and fire attributes. Although I tried my best to control it, I still couldn't stop this strange true qi. In the end, I could only barely maintain my consciousness when I was qi deviation." Lin Yi's face also became solemn. When he checked with his divine sense, he didn't find any signs of poisoning, but Shangwani obviously wouldn't make a mistake. In other words, if that kind of poison really existed, it must be very well hidden and extremely difficult to be discovered. To be honest, when Lin Yi heard Shangwani said that he was poisoned, the first thought that came to his mind was that Zhang Tianqing did it. However, Shangwani and Zhang Tianqing didn't seem to have any grudges, so why did he do it to Shangwani? Although he couldn't find the exact evidence and reason for it, Lin Yi still had some confidence in his intuition. Not to mention anything else, after Shangwani went qi deviation, Zhang Dongshang and Zhang Tianqing's behavior was somewhat unusual. At that time he had a very strange feeling. Therefore, when Shangwani was poisoned, the Zhang family was the #1 suspect. "Brother Shang, who did you have a grudge with recently, and who did you come into contact with before you were poisoned?" Lin Yi's thoughts were not very clear, so he could only ask Shangwani first to see if there were any clues. Shangwani shook his head and said, "Brother Lin, you also know that we do business and harmony brings wealth. How can we have a grudge with others? Even if there are a few competitors, everyone is competing fairly. There is no need to secretly poison others, right? As for the people that I came into contact with before I was poisoned, there are too many of them. As I said, we do business and we have to be on good terms with everyone." Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was really meaningless to say these things. However, he now remembered that Zhang Tianqing had been urging Shangwani to refine the yin and yang pill. Could it be that this fool wanted to pursue Li Zhaoyi, so he deliberately framed Shangwani to create this opportunity? Now that he thought about it, there was some truth to what he said. At the same time, Tong Wulsuo slightly disguised himself and carefully avoided possible attention. He entered the room where Zheng Dongjue was. If possible, he did not want to meet with the Zheng family on the ship, but Zheng Dongjue had asked him to come through the agreed secret signal, so he had to come. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Tianqing stood up, pointed at Tong Wulsuo and shouted, "Didn't you say that you would definitely help me get Li Zhaoyi this time? What happened in the end? You actually helped that bastard Lin Yi, tell me. Are you a spy sent by Lin Yi? Tianqing, don't be rude." Zhang Dongshang scolded faintly, but there was not much severity in it. Obviously, he was just putting on a show. Tong Wulsuo bowed his head to the three people, but there was a trace of undetectable disdain in his eyes. A person like Zhang Tianqing, if not for his good family background, was really not worthy of his attention. "I'm sorry, this time I miscalculated," Tong Wulsuo said calmly, but in his heart, he did not think that his plan had failed. Helping Zhang Tianqing get Li Zhaoyi was just a small matter in this plan. Tong Wulsuo only needed to achieve his real goal. Zheng Dongjue glanced at Zhang Tianqing faintly and said, "Tianqing, Tong Wulsuo has done a very good job, but he failed at the last step. It can only be said that the little girl Li Zhaoyi is too stubborn and unwilling to cooperate with you. This is not something we can control." "Second grandpa, do you mean that I, Zhang Tianqing, am completely ignored by Li Zhaoyi? Am I really so bad?" Zhang Tianqing said with a face full of anger. He was a genius from Dongzhou. Who could compare with him in Middle Island? Chapter 5841. Zheng Dongsheng became a little more strict and said in a low voice, "Tianqing, how can you talk to your second grandfather like that? Sit down obediently." Zheng Tianqing really didn't have the guts to refute his grandfather. He could only snort and turn back to sit on the chair, but his eyes were still staring fiercely at Tong Wulsuo. Zheng Dongjue smiled at Tong Wulsuo and said, "Wulsuo, you don't have to care about Tianqing. He's a young man after all. It's normal for him to be a little angry. Now tell us, what are your plans and arrangements?" Tong Wulsuo bowed and cupped his fists, respectfully saying, "Vice Hall Master's words are too serious. We will continue to act according to our plan. Since Kai Zhongyang has already fallen for our trap and took out the Yang pole grass, then when we reach the northernmost island, he will be in for a good time. Compared to the reputation of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, what is a vice president? It will be easy to get him off the stage. Without this position, his support for Lin Yi will be almost zero." Zhang Dongjue nodded and said, "Kai Zhongyang is indeed not a concern, but it's a pity that your brilliant plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone ended up with nothing." Speaking up to here, Zhang Dongjue glanced at Zhang Tianqing intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to see if he could understand. In the beginning, only Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Dongxing knew all the details of the plan that Tong Wulsuo secretly sent, and Zhang Tianqing was only involved as an executor. Of course, he always thought that the whole thing was just for him to quickly and smoothly get Li Zhaoyi. Now, after hearing Tong Wulsuo and Zheng Dongjue's words, Zhang Tianqing was slightly stunned. After all, he was not an idiot. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. "Second grandpa, you mean that this matter is actually not that simple?" Tong Wulsuo despised Zheng Tianqing, but as a subordinate of the Zheng family, he couldn't show it no matter what. He could only respectfully say, "Young Master Qing, this matter is indeed not that simple. If you are interested, this subordinate can explain in detail." Zheng Tianqing looked at his grandfather. Seeing that Zheng Dongshang didn't say anything, he immediately nodded and said, "Go ahead." First of all, the original target of this plan was Kai Zhongyang. I found out that 5 Elements Commerce had accepted an order from the extreme North Island for that Yang pole grass, so I wanted to ruin this deal. It just so happens that Shangwani has been very close to Lin Yi for the past 2 days. Furthermore, he has dual fire and water spiritual roots. As long as we can cause him to go berserk, we will need the yin and yang pill to save him. That way, we will have the opportunity to consume the Yang extreme grass. Tong Wulsuo narrated calmly, but he also felt that it was a pity that his plan did not succeed, and the key to the failure was that useless Zhang Tianqing. The so-called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The first was to get rid of Shangwani because he was close to Lin Yi and would become an existence like Kai Zhongyang in the future. It was much easier to get rid of him in advance than in the future. With the difficulty of refining the yin and yang pill, even if Li Zhaoyi and Zhang Tianqing worked together, it would be difficult to successfully refine it in 24 hours. If there was no exception like Lin Yi, Shangwani would definitely be dead. Because if Li Zhaoyi really cooperated with Zhang Tianqing, his mind would definitely not be on refining the pill, but would take the opportunity to take down Li Zhaoyi, and it would not take long for the refining of the yin and yang pill to fail. Letting Zhang Tianqing take down Li Zhaoyi was naturally the second bird, and the third and most important Cai Zhongyang was actually the least difficult. For example, now that the most important target Cai Zhongyang had been successful, Tong Wulsuo did not feel that the plan was a failure. After listening to Tong Wulsuo's explanation, Zhang Tianqing realized that he had underestimated this unattractive guy. In terms of strength, Tong Wulsuo was not as good as Zhang Tianqing, but in terms of scheming, he was still inferior. However, Zhang Tianqing, a guy who thought he was a genius, would never admit this. Deputy Hall Master, Master Zheng, the matter of Cai Zhongyang will be clear when we reach the northernmost island. Also, Hou Guanqi, according to my investigation, before leaving Middle Island, he should have exchanged for a mountain-gazing stone. Although there is no evidence, I guess that it should be Hou Guanqi who exchanged for it for Lin Yi. After talking about Cai Zhongyang, Tong Wulsuo changed the topic to Hou Guanqi. Zheng Dongju's eyes lit up and said, "You mean that we can use this as an excuse to expel Hou Guanqi from the pill hall? No, we must confirm that Lin Yi took the mountain-gazing stone. Only then can we convict Hou Guanqi. Do you have a way to confirm this?" Tong Wulsuo smiled lightly and said, "Deputy Hall Master, Lin Yi is going to the northernmost island for the God-gathering branch. According to my guess, in order to obtain the God-gathering branch, he should be gathering a large amount of spiritual jades. After passing by the northernmost island in 2 days, I heard that there will be a small trade fair on this ancient warship. We can find someone to purchase the mountain-gazing stone or mountain-gazing pill. We will know if Lin Yi has it." "Good. Although it is a simple method, it is very practical." "It is decided." Zheng Dongjue laughed and made the decision. He then asked, "Oh right, didn't you say that you want to deal with Okuda Dam and implicate Okuda State? Do you have any ideas in this regard?" Tong Wulsuo shook his head and said, "Not yet. Okuda Dam is the highest authority on this ancient warship. It will not be easy to deal with him. This subordinate thinks that this matter can be postponed. After all, Okuda Dam has the Okuda family behind him. It is safer to take it step by step." Zheng Dongsheng nodded and said, "That is good. You continue to look for opportunities. As long as you can cut off these wings around Lin Yi, it will be much easier to deal with him." Although he said that, Zheng Dongsheng actually wanted to kill Lin Yi immediately. This kid could refine the yin and yang pill alone. If he was allowed to grow, how terrifying would he become? Unfortunately, Tong Wulsuo's plan was the best and safest way to deal with him. Zheng Dongsheng had no other way. Tong Wulsuo respectfully agreed. He did not say that he had some other thoughts in his mind. This was because these people from the Zheng family were people who would not remember much credit even if they succeeded, but if they failed, they would magnify all the responsibility. Therefore, it was better not to let them know about things that he was not sure of or was not sure of. Chapter 5842. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? The internet provides you with wonderful novels to read. After they set off again, a small trade fair would be held on the ancient battleship. Of course, everyone was free to participate in it. It was just a warm-up for the auction on the extreme North Island. Different from the regular auction, this kind of private trade fair was a private trade fair. One person would take out something he wanted to exchange and explain what he wanted to exchange. If someone was interested, they would make a deal, and then the next person would be replaced. However, Lin Yi didn't care about these for the time being. When he arrived at the North Island, he couldn't wait to go down and have a look. After being away for so long, was everything okay on the North Island? Were his brothers and friends all right? Why was Shanghai Laner suddenly picked up by Ram Jia from the Middle Island and returned to the North Island? This time, before Lin Yi opened the door himself, Wei Shenjin came to call him. Lin Yi had told him before that when they arrived at the North Island, he must go down and remind him to come over and remind him. It was rare for this guy to remember this when he was busy chasing after girls. "Boss, we're about to dock at the North Island. We have 1 day and 1 night. Let's go. I can't wait to see your hometown." Wei Shenjin showed a big smile to Lin Yi, who opened the door, and then pulled over Shang Yuhua, who was beside him, and said, "Yuhua also wants to go with us. Let's go with you." Shang Yuhua blushed a little and rolled her eyes at Wei Shunjin coquettishly. Then she bowed to Lin Yi and said, Lin, boss brother Wei and I will go with you to the North Island to see the world. Lin Yi couldn't help smiling. Shang Yuhua had already followed Wei Shunjin to call him boss. It seemed that they were developing very fast. If it was really Zhang Tianqing who poisoned Shang Wani, Lin Yi felt that he should thank that idiot. Otherwise, how could Wei Shunjin and Shang Wani develop so smoothly? When we arrive at the North Island, of course, I will be the host. Don't worry and follow me. I will definitely impress you, Lin Yi said with a smile. Then he went out and led them to the deck. When the ancient battleship docked, Lin Yi was the first to leave. As the honorary vice captain, he had this little privilege. Boss, where are we going now? Wei Shunjin ran behind Lin Yi with Shang Yuhua and asked casually. Lin Yi said without looking back, Of course, Blue Cloud Pavilion. Come with me. Let's go to see if the place I used to live is still there. When I left for a while last time, there was an idiot who took my house and dared to touch my friend. This time it should be gone, right? Who is so bold to provoke you, boss? He is so bold. Wei Shunjin sighed. It was estimated that the guy would not have a good end in the end. It was okay for him to take Lin Yi's house. With Lin Yi's temperament, he would not care about it. But if he touched his friend, he was definitely looking for death. After following Lin Yi for so long, Wei Shunjin certainly knew how protective Lin Yi was. He would never allow outsiders to bully anyone who followed him. This was also one of the main reasons why Wei Shunjin was now so loyal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly and did not say much. The new player king, Horsespear, seemed to be a distant memory. If he did not mention it casually, he would probably have forgotten about it. Lin Yi naturally would not waste too much time thinking about this kind of person. His thoughts had already turned to Shanghai Laner. He wanted to go to Blue Cloud Pavilion first, and then go to Soaring Pavilion to find Shanghai Laner. Although they had only been separated for a few days, Lin Yi was still very happy to be able to see Laner. As he thought about it, he had already extended his divine sense. With the strength of Lin Yi's current divine sense, although it could not cover the entire North Island, it was not a problem to extend it from the port to Blue Cloud Pavilion. To Lin Yi's surprise, there were a lot of people gathered at the entrance of Blue Cloud Pavilion. He basically knew the few people in the middle. Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and Lu Bianren were his close friends. There were also Su Lingchong and Meng Tong, two old rivals, and another middle-aged man he did not know. Shopkeeper Su, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Lin Yi had not arrived yet, but his divine sense could truthfully feed back everything that happened over there. This sentence was said to Su Lingchong by the middle-aged man he did not know. Su Lingchong snorted, his face full of arrogance. He looked coldly at Xiao Ran and the other two, and did not mean to speak. The middle-aged man turned his head and stopped smiling. He said to Xiao Ran coldly, Xiao Ran, you stole something from the Central Chamber of Commerce. Now they have come to find you. What else do you have to say? You have completely disgraced Blue Cloud Pavilion. Quickly admit your guilt and make a good apology. Maybe Blue Cloud Pavilion can still give you a place. Otherwise, go back to where you came from. Lu Bianren said indignantly, Eldest senior brother, how can you be so partial to outsiders? You didn't even investigate and directly insisted that it was Xiao Ran who stole it? Could it be that the disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion don't even have this little bit of backbone? The middle-aged eldest senior brother's eyebrows twitched slightly. He did not know whether Lu Bianren was saying that Xiao Ran had no backbone or that he had no backbone. In any case, no matter which one it was, it made him unhappy. Lin Yi secretly felt strange. Why is the eldest senior brother not Jia Mufan? Where did this guy come from? Speaking of which, Lin Yi still had a good impression of Jia Mufan. This eldest senior brother who was in charge of issuing missions had taken care of Lin Yi. Now that he heard that Jia Mufan's eldest senior brother position had been taken away, it was inevitable for him to feel a little sad. The problem was that Jia Mufan was no longer the eldest senior brother in charge of the inner sect. Why didn't Lu Bianren get the position? What did this guy who came out of nowhere rely on? Su Lingchong glanced at Lu Bianren disdainfully and said, Our Central Chamber of Commerce's selfie cameras have a unique serial number. The serial number on your camera is the one that our Central Chamber of Commerce lost. Take a look if you don't believe me. He extended his finger and pointed at the serial number on the selfie camera. Then Meng Tong took out a printed book. After flipping it open, he pointed at an underlined serial number and read it out. Then he compared it. Sure enough, the two sets of serial numbers were exactly the same. Moreover, this set of serial numbers was continuous with the serial numbers on the front and back of the book. It looked like it really belonged to the Central Chamber of Commerce. After seeing it, Xiao Ran was speechless. He did not know how to explain it. Chapter 5843. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go Away? TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Hongkai was furious. He had been holding it in for a long time and was about to explode. Fortunately, he was pulled back by Xiao Ran and advised in a low voice. Junior brother Xiao, don't be impulsive. You won't be able to help. Hurry up and inform senior brother Ku. Let him think of a way. Lu Bianren smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He didn't know what to do. Asking for trouble was also the same. Xiao Ran was just trying to divert Xiao Hongkai's attention. The few of them could be considered to be gentlemen, and as the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived with methods. Su Lingchong and the others had precisely calculated that they were comparatively weaker in this aspect, and that was why they were so confident and in the right. If it was a slightly more shameless person, not to mention that he didn't steal anything, even if he really did steal something, he would still be able to completely deny it, causing them to be helpless. The middle-aged big senior brother sneered and said, "Are you counting on the Welcome Pavilion's trouble to save you? Then you're thinking too highly of him. If he had this ability, would he still be a trouble?" Su Lingchong and Meng Tong laughed evilly. The surrounding disciples were angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, there were also not many who agreed with them. The middle-aged big senior brother turned his head and said to Su Lingchong with a face full of smiles, "Shopkeeper Su, I'm really sorry about this matter. Blue Cloud Pavilion has such a shameful thing. It's also caused you trouble. Come, please take him away. Today I'll clean up the sect." Xiao Ran sneered and said, "It's really shameful to have someone like you as the inner disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion's big senior brother. If my boss was here, how could a clown like you have the chance to jump around?" Meng Tong snorted coldly and reached out to grab Xiao Ran. At this moment, a voice that hadn't been heard for a long time came from outside the crowd. "What's going on? Are you blocking the door? Is entry and exit prohibited today?" Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and Lu Bianren's eyes lit up. They had just mentioned Lin Yi and Lin Yi was already here? Did it have to be so magical? As for Meng Tong, who was reaching out to grab Xiao Ran, his palm also paused in midair before he slowly retracted it. Senior brother Lin is back." The disciples at the periphery immediately cried out in surprise when they saw who it was. In Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi was definitely a legendary figure. Those who didn't know about Lin Yi were probably the new disciples who had joined in the past 2 years. However, no matter where they went, they would hear about Lin Yi's legend. Therefore, they had subconsciously become loyal fans of Lin Yi. When they heard someone call him Senior Brother Lin, they immediately knew who it was. Su Lingchong's expression was somewhat ugly. He also didn't expect that Lin Yi would suddenly appear at this place. However, he immediately understood that Lin Yi had probably returned by an ancient warship. It was really a miscalculation. "Boss!" Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were extremely surprised. They no longer paid attention to Su Lingchong and the others. They broke through the encirclement and walked towards Lin Yi. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong didn't stop them because of Lin Yi's sudden appearance. "Long time no see. Are all of you all right?" Lin Yi smiled and greeted them. Then he cupped his fist towards Lu Bianren and said, "Senior brother Lu, thank you for taking care of my brothers when I wasn't around." Lu Bianren cupped his fists and said with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Lin is too serious. It's good that you were able to return. My strength is low and I couldn't help much. Senior brother Lu has already helped." Lin Yi waved his hand and said solemnly, "If it wasn't for senior brother Lu's care, I'm afraid that these brothers of mine would have been trampled on by others." Xiao Ran lowered his head and said in shame, "Boss, we're useless. We've embarrassed you. Today's matter was deliberately caused by them. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong wanted to target me." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "I know what happened just now. Tell me, where did you get your things? If it was bought from the Central Chamber of Commerce, It was estimated that Su Lingchong would not come to find trouble so blatantly. There must be something fishy about it. Xiao Ran said in a low voice. The Central Chamber of Commerce is too expensive. I bought it from a disciple of Soaring Pavilion. He specializes in selling some things from the secular world. It is said that he has a way in the Central Chamber of Commerce and can get goods at a low price. Many disciples of the 3 pavilions in the North Island like to buy high-tech products from him. Lin Yi snorted coldly. The disciple of Soaring Pavilion could get goods at a low price. Naturally, he had the background of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ran buying things from such a person was simply giving people a handle. If Su Lingchong and the others wanted to find trouble, they could come at any time. Perhaps this was a plan to target Lin Yi's underlings. If no one fell for it, they'd just be getting rid of a batch of products from the common world at a low price. Compared to the cost price, the low price here was already a huge profit, and it wouldn't be a loss to the merchant group at all. If someone fell for it like Xiao Ran, Su Lingchong and the others would be able to come looking for trouble openly. You're from the secular world. It's not like you haven't seen these things. What's more, you're a man. What's the use of this kind of camera? Do you want to take selfies and refresh your circle of friends? Lin Yi reprimanded in a low voice. He could scold his people, but he would never tolerate Su Lingchong and the others to bully them. He had to get revenge immediately. Xiao Ran's face turned red from Lin Yi's words, but he didn't refute it. He really didn't know what to say. Xiao Hongkai, who was at the side, came over and whispered to Lin Yi. Boss, Xiao Ran didn't want this camera for himself. He fell in love with a female disciple of Soaring Pavilion. Recently, he has been pursuing her. I heard that the junior sister is very fond of technological products. It just so happens that it's her birthday soon, so this guy wants to buy a camera for her as a birthday present. Lin Yi suddenly understood. It turned out that this brat Xiao Ran had also begun to understand. He wanted to pursue a girl. This was something that needed encouragement. When Wei Xinjin and Shang Yuhua, who were behind Lin Yi, heard these words, they also looked at each other and smiled. They had a better impression of Xiao Ran, whom they had just met for the first time. People who had just fallen in love always hoped that everyone around them could be as happy as they were. Su Lingchong walked over with Meng Tong and the middle-aged senior brother. He sneered and said, Lin Yi, you're not dead yet? But it doesn't matter whether you're dead or not. Now that you're caught red-handed, you have to go with me. Otherwise, I'll represent the Central Chamber of Commerce to sue you to the 3 pavilions of the North Island. If you're smart, stand aside. I'll deal with you later. Chapter 5844. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. After getting rid of Xiao Ran and installing his own men as the second senior brother in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's outer sanctum, his next target might be Lu Bianren or Bitter Guy. After understanding these twists and turns, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let Su Lingchong go just like that. He immediately laughed mockingly and said, If you want to settle the score with me, why wait until we turn back? Let's properly calculate it now. You owe me, and I should collect some interest. Su Lingchong laughed and said, You pretentious head, you really don't forget to pretentious no matter where you go. Do you think that after leaving for 2 years you still have the final say here? Fine, today I'll see how you're going to collect interest from this young master. Meng Tong smiled sinisterly and said, Lin Yi, let's not talk about other things first. Xiao Ran stole the Central Chamber of Commerce's goods, and now he's caught with the stolen goods. If you don't hand him over to us, perhaps the people from the law enforcement hall will be happy to come and take him away. Caught with the stolen goods? Are you joking? Lin Yi snorted and stretched out his finger to point at the printed booklet in Meng Tong's hand and said, This kind of thing, as long as you have a computer and a printer, you can have as many as you want. You know the serial number of Xiao Ran's camera, so you can say that this camera is yours? I also know that one of you is called Su Lingchong and the other is called Meng Tong. Could it be that the 2 of you are spiritual beasts that I've raised? Su Lingchong said angrily. Lin Yi, stop twisting words and distorting the truth. How can knowing the name and knowing the serial number be the same thing? Lin Yi spread out his hands and looked at Su Lingchong and said, Why don't you tell me what's different about it? Su Lingchong suddenly became sluggish. He was usually very quick-witted, but when it came to Lin Yi, he became hot-headed and actually choked. No matter how hard he tried, He couldn't think of how to answer. The middle-aged eldest senior brother shouted, "How dare you? Linny, don't pester endlessly here. You're throwing away the face of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Hurry up and move to the side, otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules." Linny cast a sidelong glance at this guy and lightly said, "Who the hell are you? Could it be that you're not afraid that I'll take you as my spiritual beast just because I don't know your name?" The middle-aged eldest senior brother almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, "When did I ever fear you taking me in as a spiritual beast? Do you think I'm afraid of you? No, you're the spirit beast." This fellow was also a little muddle-headed from anger. In his heart, he still hadn't figured out which point in Lin Yi's words he was angry about. Su Lingchong was so angry that he laughed and said, "Linny, don't be too arrogant. Do you think I'll be afraid of you now? To tell you the truth, this is the entrance of Blue Cloud Pavilion, so I don't want to bother with you. But if you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you any time. I don't believe that when this young master is in the right, Blue Cloud Pavilion will still stand up for you." Meng Tong also sneered and said, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Who asked him to hinder us from catching the thief?" The strength of these two guys had already reached the great perfection of nascent soul stage. It could even be said that they were half a step into the profound ascension stage. They only needed to wait for the center to develop a stable profound ascension stage potion, then they would be able to improve immediately. Therefore, when facing Lin Yi, Su Lingchong and Meng Tong could be said to be very confident. In their minds, no matter how strong Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to improve faster than them. What's more, when the two of them joined forces, an ordinary early-stage profound ascension stage cultivator or even a peak early-stage profound ascension stage cultivator might not be their opponent. What else did they have to worry about? Xiaoran couldn't help but interject. "Do you really think you're so awesome? Don't you know that if you're not careful, you'll become an idiot?" Su Lingchong was too lazy to care about Xiaoran now. In his eyes, only Lin Yi was his opponent. Xiaoran? When Lin Yi hadn't returned, he could still pass the time. Since Lin Yi was back, this kind of small character was nothing. Meng Tong and Su Lingchong were now telepathic. They immediately gave a look to the middle-aged big senior brother on the side, signaling him to take down Xiaoran. The middle-aged big senior brother immediately understood and took a step forward. "Xiaoran, I'm now using my identity as the big senior brother in charge of the inner sect to order you to surrender immediately, and go with shopkeeper Su to the Central Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the investigation. If you disobey again, I will report to the Pavilion Master, and you will be directly expelled from Blue Cloud Pavilion." So impressive. Blue Cloud Pavilion is opened by your family? You can expel people just because you say so? Lin Yi glanced at him disdainfully, then turned to Su Lingchong and said, "You rely on this kind of idiocy to deal with my brother? Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. You're all jackals of the same tribe." Su Lingchong snickered coldly and said to the middle-aged eldest senior apprentice brother, "Senior apprentice brother Wang, it seems like your Clear Cloud Pavilion's people are not very obedient. Why don't you stay out of this and let us handle this matter ourselves?" Senior brother Wang said angrily, "Lin Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who you are? You're just a has-been newcomer king, and you think you can do whatever you want in Blue Cloud Pavilion? Hurry up and scram to the side. There's no place for you to speak here." Lin Yi smiled slightly, then glared at him and said, "Who do you think you are? I already said I don't know you. Why are you still blindly interfering here? Even if you want to play dirty, you shouldn't play like this." Senior brother Wang was immediately angry, but he was still thinking that he didn't use his sword, so what did Lin Yi mean? Could it be some kind of secret code? Seeing that the one surnamed Wang didn't say anything else, Lin Yi turned his head and said to Su Lingchong, "All right, what exactly is going on? All of us are clear in our hearts. I just came back and can't be bothered to waste time with you. Hurry up and scram, lest you guys blame me for not warning you when you're unlucky." "Oh, pretentious boss, your pretentious act is indeed first-rate. You really nearly scared me. Too bad this young master isn't someone who grows up being scared. Today's matter isn't over." Su Lingchong thought that he definitely had Lin Yi in the bag, so he said with a cold smile while thinking about how to incite that senior brother Wang to make a move to deal with Lin Yi, and then he would sit back and reap the benefits. "You must be looking for a beating. I can't do anything about it either. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression, then pointed at Su Lingchong and said, "All right then, you stole my medicinal pills. Don't you have to give me an explanation today?" Su Lingchong was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Lin Yi, are you at your wits' end here? Originally, I thought that you were just pestering endlessly. I didn't think that you even know how to make irresponsible remarks. This young master, the dignified Central Chamber of Commerce's shopkeeper, would steal your medicinal pills?" Chapter 5845. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Su Lingchong naturally didn't believe it, but he still subconsciously reached out his hand to touch it. Then his expression froze. This cloth bag was originally used to store some spirit jade cards and some spirit jade fragments, and there was nothing else inside. But now that he touched it, there was actually a medicinal pill inside. What the hell? Of course not. Su Lingchong wasn't an idiot. How could he not know that this was Lin Yi's doing? The only thing that chilled his heart was how exactly did Lin Yi do it? He didn't even notice it in the slightest. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that if Lin Yi wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have noticed it at all? What, you don't dare to take it out to sea? Isn't this considered as catching the culprit red-handed? Lin Yi looked at Su Lingchong with a smile that wasn't a smile. He wasn't worried that Su Lingchong would secretly destroy the medicinal pill. Su Lingchong said with a gloomy face, "You're framing me. Anyone with discerning eyes can see what you've done." Lin Yi shrugged and didn't have any intention of denying it. Likewise. I only used your methods on yourself, so we have a tacit understanding. I'll give you the medicinal pill, and this matter is considered even. Now can you get lost?" Su Lingchong took out the medicinal pill and almost vomited blood when he saw it. This was just King first grade yellow level small rejuvenation pill. On the heavenly stage island, even dogs wouldn't eat it if it was thrown out. This bastard Lin Yi actually said that he stole this kind of thing? Didn't that mean that he was even inferior to a dog? Lin Yi, that's enough. Would this young master steal for such a trash small rejuvenation pill? Even if you want to frame me, at least put in some capital, right? You want to exchange my camera for a small rejuvenation pill? Stop joking. Su Lingchong screamed angrily. He didn't know if it was because Lin Yi wanted to use medicinal pills to settle this matter, or because the medicinal pill that Lin Yi took out was only a small rejuvenation pill. Lin Yi's face darkened as he said, "Su Lingchong, don't be ungrateful when I give you face. I just came back this time and I'm in a good mood, so I don't want to hit you. If you continue to be so ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Lingchong sneered in his heart. Who's afraid of who? However, now that he had a ready-made spear user, he naturally didn't need to do it himself. "Senior Brother Wang, not only are you people from Blue Cloud Pavilion disobedient, but you also want to beat up the manager of the Central Chamber of Commerce in front of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. How impressive. Looks like the day when Blue Cloud Pavilion replaces the Soaring Sky Pavilion isn't far." Su Lingchong swept away his previous angry expression and said to Senior Brother Wang in a neutral tone. Lin Yi admired this guy a little. He didn't expect his face-changing skills to be so good. It was a pity that he didn't go to the secular world to be an actor. Senior Brother Wang had long been unhappy with Lin Yi. Hearing Su Lingchong's words, he once again took a step forward. His body trembled slightly, and he revealed all of his aura. He was actually an expert at the early stage of the profound ascension stage. Lin Yi was also taken aback. It wasn't that this guy's strength had any effect on him, but he didn't expect that a senior brother in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion would actually have the cultivation of the profound ascension stage. In Middle Island, this kind of strength was already enough to hold the position of Vice Island Master. Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and the others' faces all changed. They all knew that Senior Brother Wang was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be strong to such an extent. The early stage of the profound ascension stage was indeed beyond their imagination. Senior Brother Wang grinned and said, "Lin Yi, you idiot who likes to act cool. Continue acting. I want to see how you can continue acting. I told you to scram just now, but you didn't. Even if you want to scram now, it's too late." Lin Yi put away the surprised expression on his face. Of course, in their eyes, it was an expression of fear, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it was clear who would be scared below. Love go small say netku. This is the last warning, don't challenge my patience. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Yi said calmly, but in the eyes of Su Lingchong and the others, it was obvious that he had a guilty conscience. Ha 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 ha, the pretentious leader is still continuing to act as expected of the pretentious leader. Senior Brother Wang, I think it's better if you don't challenge people's patience. Otherwise, such a perfect performance will be greatly discounted. Su Lingchong said with a strange smile. On one hand, he was mocking Lin Yi, and on the other hand, he was adding fuel to the fire in Senior Brother Wang's heart. Sure enough, Senior Brother Wang coldly snorted and said, I really don't believe it today. Challenge your patience? I will let you see the stars in the sky. Before his voice fell, Senior Brother Wang's aura was raised to the limit. With a wave of his palm, a powerful qi that could topple mountains and overturn the seas rushed towards Lin Yi. However, even though he made a move, he still felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something. Without waiting for Senior Brother Wang to understand, his attack had already arrived in front of Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not have the slightest intention of dodging, and looking at his appearance, there was no expression of fear. Facing the attack of the early stage Profound Ascension, Lin Yi just waved his hand, as if he was chasing away an insignificant fly. Then Senior Brother Wang felt that his attack was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no longer the slightest connection. How is this possible? Senior Brother Wang cried out involuntarily. Then he suddenly understood what was going on with that uneasy feeling just now. Under the pressure of his early stage Profound Ascension aura, Lin Yi did not make any movements to resist, but he was not affected at all. Not only Lin Yi but even Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and the other disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion behind him were the same. It was as if the pressure of the early stage Profound Ascension aura was just a breeze blowing on his face. Could a person who was inferior to him do this? Could a person who had the same strength as him do this? It couldn't be. Therefore, the strength of this bastard Lin Yi far exceeded him, and he actually only understood at this time. Too late, everything was too late. When Wang Shixiang came back to his senses, Lin Yi had already made his move. He didn't do it too bloody, he just used the murderous aura of the 5 elements to invade this idiot's body, completely destroying his Dantian's qi and all the meridians in his body. From now on, this great master of the early stage of mystic ascension would be worse than an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. To be honest, this kind of result for a cultivator was simply worse than death. Lin Yi also hated this fellow surnamed Wang for betraying him. Together with Su Lingchong, they went against his fellow disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion, and they were all his brothers and friends, so he did not show any mercy. Chapter 58-46. And the Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner sex steward eldest senior brother was only a Profound Ascension early stage cultivator. Hissing sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air filled the air. Looking at Senior Brother Wang's limp body on the ground, everyone felt a chill crawling up their spines. The Clear Cloud Pavilion's legend, the strongest newcomer king in history, was really not a boast. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently, turned to Lu Bianren and said, Senior Brother Lu, I was wondering why you couldn't become the inner sex steward eldest senior brother. Turns out that there is such a fool in the way. This time you can't run away from this eldest senior brother. Lu Bianren still had a shocked look on his face. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but he didn't know how to express the thoughts in his heart. In fact, he also didn't know what he was thinking now. He was really frightened by Lin Yi's strength. Profound Ascension late stage peak. That's right, the moment Lin Yi made his move, his momentum revealed his strength. Under normal circumstances, Lu Bianren may not be able to see his true strength, but when he made his move, he could still feel it. Su Lingchong's back was covered in cold sweat. He thought that he and Mengtong could definitely take care of Lin Yi. Who knew that it was not the case at all? An expert at the peak of the Profound Ascension late stage, the two of them together were just going to be sent up as snacks. What was there to take care of? Lin Yi, this pretentious head, was really too scary. At this moment, the psychological shadow of Su Lingchong and Mengtong was increasing exponentially. Seeing that Lin Yi was talking to Lu Bianren, Su Lingchong and Mengtong looked at each other, lowered their heads at the same time, and wanted to sneak away from the side. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense had already locked on the two of them. How could he let them leave so easily? Before they could take a second step, Linny had already appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. What? You're leaving just like that? You didn't even greet us, isn't that a little too rude? Linny looked at Su Lingchong and Meng Tong with a smile that wasn't a smile, and the corner of his mouth carried a hint of a sneer. Su Lingchong laughed and said with some awkwardness, I think what you said just now is very good and very correct. Today's matter should end here. There's really no need to continue. We both know each other very well. Everything can be discussed, right? I don't know if it's right or not. I only know that I gave you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you didn't seem to care. Now you want to leave, heh? Linny said lightly. He reached out and grabbed Su Lingchong's collar and lifted him up. I care. I care. I was just thinking about it. Now that I've thought it through, please give me another chance. Su Lingchong's feet left the ground. He immediately shouted with a deathly pale complexion. The surrounding disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion felt that their anger had been vented. They were all secretly laughing and pointing at Su Lingchong. How could Su Lingchong care about this? Compared to his life, his face wasn't even worth a fart. He was really afraid that Linny would kill him. Even if he didn't kill him, he couldn't be crippled like the one with the surname Wang. Meng Tong quickly took out all the spiritual jade cards on him and handed them to Linny. These are for Xiao Ran to calm down. We won't find trouble with him in the future. Please let us go today. If he was alone, Meng Tong might not lower his head to Linny. But when he saw Su Lingchong being lifted by Linny in the air, he couldn't bear it. He knew that he couldn't save Su Lingchong by fighting, so he could only compromise and wait for a chance to take revenge in the future. Linny glanced at the spiritual jade cards that Meng Tong took out. There were 2 yellow ones, 1 orange one, and 3 red ones. There were 280,000 spiritual jades in total. In the North Island, this was definitely a big sum. When Linny first came to the North Island, he spent a lot of effort to hide a piece of waste jade. It was really unbearable to look back on the past. Since it's for you to calm down, you should take it. Linny turned back and said to Xiao Ran, it would be a waste not to take this kind of windfall. Anyway, the spiritual jades in the Central Chamber of Commerce were no different from the wind. If he casually sold some of the junk in the secular world, he would earn more than these spiritual jades. Xiao Ran didn't refuse. He immediately took the spiritual jade card and planned to give it to Linny later. After all, it was Linny who asked for it, so he couldn't really accept it. Can you let him go now? Meng Tong swallowed his anger and asked. Nothing else mattered now. The most important thing was to let Su Lingchong leave safely. Su Lingchong looked at Meng Tong excitedly. He felt that he didn't misjudge him. At the critical moment, Meng Tong was more reliable. Linny smiled slightly and said, let him go? Wait a minute. I can't give you my elixir for nothing. I have to charge you for the cost. Su Lingchong was angry at once. The circulation pill that even the dogs on the road wouldn't eat? You have to charge me for the cost? Don't you have any face? Linny didn't care about what Su Lingchong thought in his heart. His empty left hand reached into the cloth bag on Su Lingchong's waist and took out all the spiritual jade cards. Shopkeeper Su was Shopkeeper Su after all, and he was a lot richer than Meng Tong. There were 4 yellow jade cards alone, and one was even a green one. There was a total of 980,000 spirit jades, and Linny felt that sparing their lives wasn't completely pointless. At the very least, robbing them from time to time was quite interesting. It just so happened that he was short of spiritual jades to go to the extreme North Island. With these spiritual jade cards, plus the ones that Shangwani gave to Linny and himself, even if he didn't sell the soul-tempering pill, he estimated that he could buy some good things. However, if he wanted to bid for the spirit gathering branch and the soul wood, it might not be enough. Of course, Tian Chan still had a lot of spiritual jades in her spiritual jade card. Poor ghost, it's just this little spiritual jades. Forget it, I'll accept it today. If there's business in the future, I'll patronize you again. Linny put the spiritual jade card that was worth 980,000 spiritual jades into his pocket in disgust. He didn't think that it was strange for the circulation pill to be so expensive. Su Lingchong wanted to vomit blood. This was 980,000 spiritual jades. It was not 8 spiritual jades. You are robbing me so blatantly, and you say that I'm poor? Do you still have a conscience? Linny certainly had a conscience. Unfortunately, it was not for Su Lingchong and the others. Therefore, after receiving the money for selling the elixir, Linny threw Su Lingchong on the ground and beat him up. Chapter 58-47. It had to be said that beating people up like this was quite refreshing. After beating them up, it was simply refreshing. The two pig heads on the ground groaned and did not dare to stand up. However, although they looked miserable in fact, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Basically, they only had some superficial wounds. Linny did not want to kill them here, nor did he intend to cripple them like this. After all, he had just signed a truce agreement with the center. Although Su Lingchong and the others took the initiative to find trouble, in the end, they had already admitted defeat. If Linny wanted to kill them again, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Alright, you two can scram now. Be careful in the future, don't fall into my hands. Also, if you dare to touch my brothers again, there will not be a next time. Do you understand? If you remember, then scram. Linny kicked the two fellows, indicating that they did not need to pretend to be dead and quickly get up and scram. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong did not dare to be negligent. Right now they only wanted to get far away from this terrifying guy Linny. Immediately, without saying anything, they suppressed their grievances in their hearts and quickly ran away. When the disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion saw this scene, they all felt relieved in their hearts. Suddenly they burst into cheers, treating Linny and the others as heroes. As for that big senior brother whose cultivation had been crippled, who would still remember such a pile of mud? Linny also expressed his gratitude to these fellow disciples who were very supportive, and then brought them to the place where he used to live. Although Linny did not introduce Xiaoran and Wei Xinjin to both sides, they communicated very well without any obstacles. They were all Lin Yi's underlings, so there was nothing to hide. Moreover, Wei Xinjin and Shang Yuhua had just fallen in love. They were very enthusiastic about Xiaoran's pursuit of Soaring Sky Pavilion's junior sister. They even gave him advice, completely forgetting that he had to rely on Lin Yi to bring him to meet Shang Yuhua 2 days ago. Although Lu Bianren was also smiling, there was still some worry between his eyebrows. Lin Yi did not pay attention to those guys' love gossip behind him, but asked Lu Bianren, "Senior brother Lu, you seem a little unhappy?" "It's not that I'm unhappy. I'm just a little worried." Lu Bianren shook his head, looked around and lowered his voice. "Originally, I wanted to tell junior brother Lin after we return, but since you asked now, I should remind you first." "Senior brother Lu, please go ahead." Lin Yi did not seem to care. He guessed that Lu Bianren would probably say that senior brother Wang had a powerful backer or something like that, but so what? With Lin Yi's current strength, he really did not need to be afraid of anyone in the North Island, not to mention that when it came to backers, Shanghai Tianhua was enough to suppress everyone, right? As Lin Yi expected, Lu Bianren was going to talk about senior brother Wang's backer and backer. "Junior brother Lin, you've been away for too long, so it's not strange that you don't know who this guy surnamed Wang is. This time you crippled his cultivation, but you were too impulsive. You should know that he just came back from Dongzhou not long ago, and he's the nephew of our Blue Cloud Pavilion's deputy pavilion master Zhang. At the same time, he's also a distant relative of Elder Su of Soaring Pavilion. These two alone are already very difficult to deal with." Lin Yi wasn't afraid of these two at all. The North Island was the weakest of the 5 islands, to begin with, and the likes of Clear Cloud Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master and Rising Sky Pavilion's Elder were at most on par with the Middle Island's Vice Pavilion Master. In theory, they shouldn't even be a match for the Middle Island's Vice Pavilion Master. Lin Yi really didn't need to be afraid of people like that, but what Lu Bianren didn't say next really intrigued him. "Senior brother Lu, other than these two, is there anyone else or anything else?" Lu Bianren smiled bitterly. "What's more difficult is that this guy surnamed Wang is a rare master of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. He's the hope of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. If you cripple him like this, it's tantamount to going against the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Even if you have a good relationship with Assistant Jia, Pavilion Master, you may not give him face." Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay, I have a good relationship with Pavilion Master Yu. I'll take full responsibility for this matter." After a slight pause, he asked, "Assistant Jia is senior brother Jia Mufan? I was just about to ask, why didn't he become the senior brother in charge of the inner sect but some assistant? Is this assistant position higher than the previous position?" Lin Yi wasn't too familiar with the positions in Clear Cloud Pavilion, but he'd never heard of this assistant position. It probably wasn't some important position, but from Lu Bianren's words it didn't seem like Jia Mufan would have any say in this. Lu Bianren showed a helpless expression. This matter is no longer a matter of good relationship, okay? It's you who killed the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion. How are you going to handle it all by yourself? Unless you replace that guy surnamed Wang, right? Assistant Jia is Jia Mufan. In order to make room for that guy surnamed Wang, he specially set up the position of Pavilion Master Assistant for Jia Mufan. It sounds good, but it's actually just a high-level errand boy. It's said that this matter was facilitated by Su Lingchong, and as for this assistant position, it was proposed by Kong Mingming. Lu Bianren said with a bitter smile. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's return, he, the second senior brother in charge, might have become someone's assistant at some point. It's really the work of that idiot Kong Mingming. No wonder Blue Cloud Pavilion would have this secular position of assistant. Lin Yi snorted and asked again. Senior brother Lu, is our Blue Cloud Pavilion now so lacking in talent? Such a guy who looks like an uncle finally rose to the early stage of profound ascension, and he's the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion? Then the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion is really slim. Lu Bianren suddenly coughed a few times. He thought that the guy surnamed Wang did look a bit like an uncle, but he, Lu Bianren, did not look like a young man. He was not even as good as that guy surnamed Wang. How should he put it? But thinking about how young Lin Yi was, he was already at the peak of the late stage of profound ascension. Compared to this kind of abnormal level guy, the guy surnamed Wang who barely advanced to the profound ascension stage at such an old age really couldn't be considered as a star of hope. Then Lu Bianren thought of himself, and he was about to burst into tears. Being with such a monster, his self-confidence would really suffer an inexplicable blow at any time. When Lin Yi heard Lu Bianren's dry cough, he realized that his words seemed to have hit too many people. He quickly changed the topic. What level is senior brother Lu's strength now? Chapter 58-48. Lu Bianren continued to cry, but he also knew that Lin Yi didn't mean it, so he smiled and said, Now I'm at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but it's a pity that I can't advance to the profound ascension stage in the North Island. To be honest, with Lu Bianren's qualifications, it was already very fast to cultivate to the current level. If he wasn't compared with a monster like Lin Yi, Lu Bianren could also be regarded as a small genius. At my position, I also know some secrets. If I want to advance to the profound ascension stage, I have to go to the East Continent. Junior brother Lin, you have been there, right? Aha, this question is useless. If you haven't been there, how can you advance to the current level? Lu Bianren smiled and shook his head, but there was still some envy in his tone. Speaking of which, the man surnamed Wang came back from the East Continent after you left. It took him several years to advance to the early stage of the profound ascension stage, so you don't know him. If I have the chance to go to the East Continent, I will definitely seize the opportunity. Lu Bianren said with some longing, obviously looking forward to the profound ascension stage. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, Who said that if you want to advance to the profound ascension stage, you have to go to the East Continent? Senior brother Lu, don't worry, even in the North Island, you can also become a master of the profound ascension stage. Lu Bianren was stunned. Really? How come I never knew there was such a thing? Let's go back first. Lin Yi saw that they were about to reach home, so he didn't want to continue to talk in detail. Originally, he wanted to come back and take a look, and then go to the Soaring Sky Pavilion to find Shangguan Lanner, but now it seemed that he had to delay it a little, and help Lu Bianren to advance to the profound ascension stage first. Anyway, Lin Yi's divine sense had already found Shangguan Lanner, and it seemed that she didn't have anything important to come back in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to find her after he was done here. The place where Lin Yi lived naturally had a place to practice, and it was protected by restrictions. Originally, if he wanted to advance to the profound ascension stage, it would be better to go to an open place in the wild because Lin Yi could attract natural thunder and lightning, but it was too conspicuous in the North Island, so it was better to make do in a place with restrictions. Anyway, Lin Yi's self-made thunder tribulation was not weak. It was enough for him to advance. Letting Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai greet Wei Shunjin and Shang Yuhua, Lin Yi took Lu Bianren directly to the place to practice. It was not that he didn't trust the four people, so he didn't let them watch, but he was worried that they would disturb Lu Bianren when he was going through the tribulation, so he simply let the four of them do their own thing. Anyway, there was no experience to learn from the tribulation that Lin Yi made. Brother Lu, eat this pill. I'll help you advance to the profound ascension stage. Lin Yi took out a Thunderxian pill and handed it to Lu Bianren, and said calmly to him. Lu Bianren was not a person who didn't know what was good, and at this stage he was looking for a Thunderxian pill to advance, so of course he would study more about these things. Thunderxian pill. Brother Lin, you actually have a Thunderxian pill. And it's even a special grade pill. Lu Bianren couldn't help but exclaim again and again. Although the Thunderxian pill was the most precious thing to him because it was too precious, he was a little embarrassed to accept it. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently and said, I refine this myself. The extra Thunderxian pill is useless to me. Brother Lu, hurry up and eat it. Lu Bianren was stunned. He knew that Lin Yi could refine pills, but he didn't know that Lin Yi's Tao of alchemy was so powerful that he could even refine a Thunderxian pill of the highest quality. Although he didn't know how Lin Yi was going to help him, since he wanted him to eat the Thunderxian pill, he didn't ask much and directly swallowed it. Then the Thunder Tribulation began. Using the created Thunder Tribulation to help people advance to the profound ascension stage, Lin Yi could be said to be a piece of cake. Lu Bianren's advancement was naturally daunting, but not dangerous, and very smoothly broke through. At this time, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion were already in an uproar. The sudden fall of a star of hope in the early stage of the profound ascension stage was definitely a big event that could cause a strong earthquake in the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, led by the Pavilion Master Yu Zhenyang, gathered in a very short period of time. Even those who were in seclusion were called out one by one. In fact, the elders of the Blue Cloud Pavilion couldn't make any decisions. Attending this kind of meeting was just to make up the numbers. The real important person in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was the Pavilion Master Yu Zhenyang, and the two deputy Pavilion Masters Yao Luanzhan and Zhang Ziqiang. But Yao Luanzhan was still missing, so Zhang Ziqiang could almost compete with Yu Zhenyang. The inner sex steward surnamed Wang, who was killed by Lin Yi, was the nephew of the deputy Pavilion Master Zhang Ziqiang. After receiving the news, he immediately found Yu Zhenyang and requested to hold this meeting. It's not that Zhang Ziqiang didn't want to directly find Lin Yi for revenge. The problem was that Lin Yi's strength had already spread, the peak of the profound ascension late stage. And in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi had always appeared with a tough attitude of challenging those of a higher level. Zhang Ziqiang himself didn't have the slightest confidence to deal with Lin Yi, so he could only use this method. Pavilion Master Lin Yi, this little disciple actually dared to kill the inner sex steward in front of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. This is simply looking down on our Blue Cloud Pavilion. This time, no matter what, we can't let this kind of person go. Otherwise, among the 3 pavilions in the North Island, our Blue Cloud Pavilion will never be able to raise our heads again. If the Pavilion Master feels that it's difficult, or you can directly let the people of the Law Enforcement Hall deal with this matter. Zhang Ziqiang said loudly with a face full of righteous indignation, but no one present was a fool. They all knew what he was doing. Although Jia Mufan was a senior errand boy, the Pavilion Master's assistant was still qualified to appear on this occasion. When he heard Zhang Ziqiang's words, he immediately cupped his fist to Yu Zhenyang and said, Pavilion Master, there's a reason for this matter. We can't easily come to a conclusion. I still know Lin Yi, he's not an unreasonable person, so... Zhang Ziqiang interrupted with a sneer. Assistant Jia, according to what you said, Lin Yi is not an unreasonable person who can kill our inner sex steward in Blue Cloud Pavilion at will. So if he is unreasonable, can't he just come here and kill all of us? Assistant Jia, whether it is as a person or as a person, we must maintain fairness. You can't be partial to the murderer just because Lin Yi has a good personal relationship with you. Jia Mufan suddenly became angry. This damn bastard is obviously the most selfish one. But he actually has the cheek to talk about fairness in such a sincere and heartfelt manner. This is simply shameless. However, with his identity, he really couldn't say anything on this occasion. Just now when he spoke out of desperation, he was already considered to have crossed the line. Chapter 5849. A genius in a second. Remember to go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Originally, Jia Mufan's position as the steward's big brother had been replaced, and he'd become the Pavilion Master's assistant. Yu Zhenyang felt a bit guilty, and naturally he had to support him now. Zhang Ziqiang immediately cupped his fists and said, Of course not, Pavilion Master. Our Blue Cloud Pavilion can develop to this point all because of Pavilion Master's good leadership. I believe that no matter what happens, Pavilion Master will maintain a fair and just judgment. Yu Zhenyang's face was a little ugly. Although Zhang Ziqiang was praising him, Blue Cloud Pavilion was the weakest of the 3 pavilions on the North Island. If he said that it was all because of his good leadership, didn't it mean that Yu Zhenyang had no contribution to Blue Cloud Pavilion at all? However, Yu Zhenyang, as the Pavilion Master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, certainly could not care about some verbal problems at this time. He still said to Zhang Ziqiang indifferently, "We still haven't come to a conclusion about the ins and outs of this matter. Let's find a few disciples at the scene and ask them first." If it were someone else, even if Yu Zhenyang didn't order the enforcement hall to take action, he would still capture the person and bring him back before doing anything else. But Lin Yi was different. Putting aside his personal importance to Clear Cloud Pavilion, just Shangguan Tianhua's face was something Yu Zhenyang had to consider. Who on the Northern Island didn't know that Lin Yi was a junior that even Shangguan Tianhua valued? Zhang Ziqiang said with slight anger, "Pavilion Master, do you not believe my words? I have investigated this matter clearly. Lin Yi was arrogant and domineering. He killed our Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner core steward in front of so many disciples and shopkeeper Su of the Central Chamber of Commerce. What else is there to ask? He should have killed him directly." Anger gradually rose in Yu Zhenyang's heart. Even if this Zhang Ziqiang's strength was not weaker than his, it shouldn't be enough to overwhelm him. But now this Zhang Ziqiang dared to be so overbearing, not putting him, the Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion lord, in his eyes. Did he really think that he, Yu Zhenyang, was made of clay? Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang, do you have the final say in Blue Cloud Pavilion now? Yu Zhenyang said coldly, emphasizing the word deputy. Zhang Ziqiang's eyes narrowed into slits, then he laughed lightly and said, "Of course not. Everything in the Clear Cloud Pavilion is naturally decided by Pavilion Lord Yu. It's just that our Clear Cloud Pavilion's inner court steward, eldest senior brother, was killed by someone. Moreover, he was an early-stage profound ascension master, the hope of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. If Pavilion Lord Yu did not have any reaction, it would really disappoint the hearts of the disciples." As soon as these words came out, the elders who supported Zhang Ziqiang immediately chimed in. If Yu Zhenyang didn't handle this well, they would probably force him to abdicate. The corners of Yu Zhenyang's mouth curled into a faint sneer. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the elders, causing them to lower their voices one by one. In the end, they all turned their heads away, not daring to make eye contact with him. Zhang Ziqiang's heart trembled slightly. He knew that Yu Zhenyang, as the pavilion master, had accumulated a lot of power. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to shake his position for a while. As for the matter of Lin Yi's murder, since Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang said that there is no need to investigate it, then there is no need to investigate it. However, this matter happened outside the gate of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Strictly speaking, it is no longer within the scope of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. In addition, both sides are disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion, so it can only be regarded as their personal grievances. Although there is some suspicion of violating the sex rules, it is not good for us to interfere too much, Yu Zhenyang said slowly. His words had already made it clear that he wanted to absolve Lin Yi. Of course, Zhang Ziqiang couldn't agree just like that, and immediately objected. "Pavilion Master Yu, isn't it a bit wrong to say that? The gate of Blue Cloud Pavilion, how is it not within the scope of Blue Cloud Pavilion? Even if you say that it is not their fault for fighting in the sect, but it is a fact that Lin Yi killed a profound ascending stage master, even if it was somewhere else. Don't tell me that a profound ascending stage disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion was killed. Can't we take revenge? If that's the case, Blue Cloud Pavilion should close down as soon as possible." Yu Zhenyang looked at Zhang Ziqiang and suddenly smiled. Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang Lin Yi killed a profound ascending stage master, but he is also a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Tell me, after Blue Cloud Pavilion lost a master who took 40 years to reach the profound ascending stage, do they still want to kill a genius who is already at the peak of profound ascending stage late stage at the age of 20? The audience was silent. Zhang Ziqiang was also stunned. Of course, he knew that Lin Yi was also a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion, and he also knew that Lin Yi was a master at the peak of profound ascending stage late stage, But he had never thought about how important such a person was to Blue Cloud Pavilion. If a person who took 40 years to ascend from nascent soul great perfection to profound ascending stage early stage was the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion, then what about a freak like Lin Yi? He would be the key figure in the rise of Blue Cloud Pavilion, right? Pavilion Master Yu is right, Lin Yi is a rare genius, how can he be killed just like that? He's just a mystic ascension early stage master, it doesn't matter if he's killed. That kind of trash can't even compare to one of Lin Yi's fingers. One of the elders who supported Yu Zhenyang immediately voiced his support. They didn't have much help in deciding things, but they did the work of waving the flag and shouting the battle cry very smoothly. Zhang Zichang was not willing to fail like this. He still stubbornly said, I don't deny that Lin Yi is a real genius, but he will not stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion at all. You see, he has been wandering around in the past few years. Not only did he go to West Island to play, but also opened a Dan Pavilion in Middle Island. Pavilion Master Yu, do you think he will always stay in North Island? This time Yu Zhenyang didn't speak because what Zhang Zichang said was the truth. Not only that, Lin Yi was also a person valued by Shanghai Tianhua. Who knew if he would go to Chongtian Pavilion in the end? If he refuted Zhang Zichang now, and Lin Yi left Blue Cloud Pavilion in the end, then his prestige as a pavilion master would suffer a fatal blow. Jia Mufan couldn't help but interject. Junior brother Lin is a person who knows the big picture. As long as we make it clear to him, I believe he will definitely stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion. With junior brother Lin's strength, 1-for-1, Blue Cloud Pavilion will not suffer a loss. Although it was a bit too cruel to use a person's life to say 1-for-1, Jia Mufan didn't have a good impression of the guy who took his position as the inner disciple steward. If Lin Yi could kill that guy, it was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Zichang roared. Shut up. Is this a place where you can speak? Do you want to die by disturbing the normal proceedings of the meeting again and again? Chapter 5850. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, we provide you with wonderful novels to read. Originally, it was not suitable for Yu Zhenyang to make remarks like Jia Mufan. But now, in order to support him, he could openly express his thoughts through Jia Mufan's mouth, which made him very satisfied. One of the elders who supported Yu Zhenyang immediately followed up. Pavilion Lord is right. As long as Pavilion Lord does not object, Assistant Jia can speak on behalf of Pavilion Lord. Moreover, I also feel that what he said is very true. With Lin Yi's peerless talent, perhaps in a few years, he could become the cornerstone of our Clear Cloud Pavilion. Even surpassing the Profound Pavilion is not impossible. As for the dead junior brother Wang, although his talent is not bad in the future, he will at most become an elder. Zhang Zichang's face was extremely gloomy, but he had nothing to say because these were all facts. His dead nephew was just a pile of shit compared to Lin Yi. If he had to choose one of them to be his teammate, even he felt that he would choose Lin Yi, right? Yu Zhenyang glanced at Zhang Zichang and said, This matter is settled. Jia Mufan, go and inform Lin Yi of the decision made at today's meeting. Let's see what he says. Yes, Pavilion Master. I'll do it right now. Jia Mufan bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. As for Zhang Zichang, who had an ugly expression, he didn't even look at him. After a while, Jia Mufan arrived at Lin Yi's residence. Lu Bianren had just finished advancing to the mysterious ascension stage, and was stabilizing his realm. So when Lin Yi noticed Jia Mufan's arrival, he immediately came out to see him. Love go little say Nick. Senior brother Jia, long time no see. As soon as Lin Yi came out, he smiled and waved at Jia Mufan. Jia Mufan had always been very kind to him, so he was very polite. Jia Mufan didn't dare to neglect him. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, Junior brother Lin, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so powerful this time. I'm afraid there aren't many people on the North Island who can beat you. Of course, this was a compliment. There were indeed not many powerful people on the North Island, but there must be hidden powerhouses as trump cards. Therefore, Lin Yi just listened casually. Senior brother Jia, you flatter me. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. After inviting Jia Mufan to sit down, he continued. Does senior brother Jia have something to tell me this time? Initially, Lin Yi wanted to ask Jia Mufan about the loss of the steward senior brother. However, it wasn't appropriate to rub salt in someone else's wound. Although Lin Yi had gotten rid of that guy surnamed Wang, he preferred Lu Bianren to be the steward senior brother. Jia Mufan didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, "That's right. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion had a meeting just now. They were discussing how you killed senior brother Wang at the entrance of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. That's pretty fast. Why didn't anyone come to arrest me?" Linny smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "It was Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang Zicheng who strongly requested to hold a meeting, so it was held immediately. Junior brother Lin, you know Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang, right? The person you killed was his nephew, so he's very concerned about it." Jia Mufan explained with a bitter smile. He didn't know if Linny was fearless because he didn't know anything, or if he was just brave because he was skilled. Pavilion Master tried his best to mediate in the meeting to temporarily suppress your matter. However, Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang's power isn't inferior to Pavilion Master's. If there's no explanation, he won't let it go. Jia Mufan continued. He didn't mention that he'd spoken up for Yu Zhenyang's sake, only highlighting Yu Zhenyang's contribution. At the same time, he was wondering if Linny would accept the suggestion. Regardless of whether he would accept it or not, he had to say it out loud. Jia Mufan stole a glance at Linny before continuing. In the end, it was decided that junior brother Lin will replace Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang's nephew and become a disciple that the Blue Cloud Pavilion will focus on. Of course, you must promise not to leave the Blue Cloud Pavilion. In other words, you must be tied to the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Linny was slightly stunned. He had never thought of leaving the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Why was he talking about being tied to the Blue Cloud Pavilion? This made him feel a little unhappy. Jia Mufan had been observing Lin Yi's expression. When he saw that he was slightly unhappy, he immediately said, "Of course, if junior brother Lin doesn't want to be tied down too much, you can also go to Pavilion Master Shangguan to intercede. With his status, one word is enough to erase this matter." "Who wants to intercede with my grandfather? It'll be the same if I go." As they were talking, Shanghai Laner came bouncing in. She heard that the fleet of the Middle Island had arrived at the North Island. She heard that Lin Yi was also on the ship, so she ran over alone. Lin Yi's divine sense had long discovered that Laner was coming. However, he had to accompany Jia Mufan, so he didn't go out to greet her. Now that he saw her, he just smiled and greeted her. "Laner, you're here. Why did you leave without saying goodbye last time?" Shanghai Laner wrinkled her nose and snorted. "I wanted to tell you, but you were so busy that I couldn't see you at all. What could I do? Also, as a junior brother, you didn't come to greet senior sister as soon as you returned to the North Island. Did you think you're powerful so you've grown up?" Jia Mufan held his mouth and snickered. Although Shanghai Laner was not as useful as Shanghai Tianhua, if she came forward, Lin Yi's problem would probably be mostly solved. Zhang Zicheng's power in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was indeed good, but he probably didn't have the guts to provoke the little princess of the Shangguan family. "Well, it's my fault. We'll talk about this later. Sit down first." Lin Yi smiled and asked Shanghai Laner to sit down. Then he said to Jia Mufan, "Senior brother Jia, if it's just because the Blue Cloud Pavilion lost an expert in the early stage of the mysterious Ascension realm and needs compensation, you don't need me to replace him. It just so happens that there's a very suitable person. You know him too." "Junior brother Lin, don't joke. Among the people I know, no one can be compared to you." Jia Mufan laughed. This was absolutely true. Even Ram Jia, who was recognized as a super genius in the North Island in his opinion, might not have more potential than Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't answer Jia Mufan's words. Instead, he turned his head and said, "Senior brother Lu, since you're done, come out." While they were talking, Lu Bianren had already stabilized his realm. Lin Yi's divine sense had been paying attention to his situation. When he saw that Lu Bianren was done, he directly let him out. Chapter 58-51. Lin Yi just smiled faintly and didn't say much. He knew what Jia Mufan meant. Those below the profound ascension stage were not enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. And before Lu Bianren went to the East Continent, he was only at the nascent soul great perfection stage. Even if it was just a step away, it was still a world of difference. It was a pity that Jia Mufan didn't know that Lu Bianren didn't go to the East Continent and had successfully advanced to the profound ascension stage. Otherwise, he would never say these words. Shangguan Laner looked inside curiously. She also knew Lu Bianren, But he looked so serious, which made her curious. Did Lu Bianren change in some way? Shang Wanlaner was curious. Of course Lu Bianren had changed. When he walked out, the aura emitted from his body made Jia Mufan stand up abruptly. He looked at him in disbelief and couldn't say a word. Hey, this is the aura of the early stage of the profound ascension stage. Senior brother Lu, you've advanced? Shanghai Laner wasn't too surprised and asked. Lu Bianren smiled and greeted Jia Mufan and Shanghai Laner, then said with a smile, yes, thanks to junior brother Lin, I was able to break through to the early stage of the profound ascension stage. It's just that my strength has just stabilized, and I can't control my aura freely for a while. Jia Mufan took a deep breath, and the way he looked at Lin was completely different. If it was just respect before, it was almost worship now. How long has it been since Lin came back? He killed an early stage profound ascension stage and helped to advance to the early stage profound ascension stage. Who else in the North Island could be so amazing? At least Jia Mufan had never heard of anyone who could advance to the profound ascension stage without going to the East Continent. If someone didn't make friends with a person who could do such an incredible thing, and instead wanted to offend him, then that person was either stupid or ready to die. Jia Mufan was very glad that he had a good eye. Since Lin was weak, he had been good to him. Senior brother Jia, do you think there's any problem with senior brother Lu replacing that Wang guy? Lin asked with a smile. In terms of strength, Lu Bianren was no longer inferior to the guy he killed. In terms of potential, with Lin Yi's support, he was more than 8 streets ahead of that unlucky guy. Therefore, he didn't think that those people from Blue Cloud Pavilion couldn't see the situation clearly. Jia Mufan also thought so. After hearing Lin Yi's question, he immediately nodded and said, I think there's no problem. Junior brother Lu's talent and strength are not bad. In the future, he will definitely become a pillar of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. I'll go back and report to the Pavilion Master and let him know this good news. As for tying Lin Yi to Blue Cloud Pavilion, Jia Mufan tactfully didn't mention it. With the potential that Lin Yi had shown, as long as he didn't take the initiative to leave Blue Cloud Pavilion, then Blue Cloud Pavilion would definitely be able to benefit from it. Moreover, there were so many people that Lin Yi cared about in Blue Cloud Pavilion. If they nurtured them well, it was equivalent to roping in Lin Yi. After all, Jia Mufan was a senior brother who used to be a steward. He was very clear about this. The few of them chatted for a while, then Jia Mufan hurriedly left. He had to inform Yu Xingyang as soon as possible to prevent Zhang Ziqiang from making trouble again. If they offended Lin Yi, then Blue Cloud Pavilion's loss would be immeasurable. The anxious Jia Mufan used his fastest speed and quickly returned to the conference hall. Yu Xingyang, Zhang Ziqiang, and the elders were still there. They were waiting for his report. Pavilion Master, this subordinate has already met Lin Yi. After Jia Mufan ran in, he hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted Xingyang. After slightly calming down, he said, this subordinate has already told Lin Yi about the decision made at the meeting. Zhang Ziqiang sneered. Is he very grateful to you, an old friend, for secretly helping him find a chance to live? Jia Mufan replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang has a rich imagination. Unfortunately, you didn't guess correctly. Junior brother Lin didn't express any opinion on our proposal. Instead, he recommended us a suitable replacement. Ha, what a joke. Does he think that Blue Cloud Pavilion is a place to play house? That everything can be done according to his whims? Pavilion Master Yu, do you have anything to say now? It's obvious that Lin Yi doesn't want to stay in Clear Cloud Pavilion anymore. Otherwise, why would he reject our offer of an olive branch, and instead recommend a random person to join us? Zhang Ziqiang was overjoyed, thinking that Lin Yi was really seeking death. Now he had to prove that Lin Yi was disrespectful to Blue Cloud Pavilion. Then he would take his time to deal with him. Yu Xingyang glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and said, Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang, I want to hear Assistant Jia out. Can you be quiet for a while? Zhang Ziqiang was stunned. He glared at Yu Xingyang and finally shut his mouth for the time being. Jia Mufan was quite pleased inwardly. It was all thanks to Zhang Ziqiang that he'd become Lin Yi's assistant. Zhang Ziqiang was the one who'd gotten him into trouble the moment Lin Yi came back. Reporting to Pavilion Master, junior brother Lin recommended junior brother Lu Bianren, the second senior brother in charge of Blue Cloud Pavilion. I originally said that junior brother Lu wasn't qualified to replace him. However, what surprised me was that junior brother Lu has already broken through to the early stage of profound ascension with junior brother Lin's help. Jia Mufan purposely emphasized the last part of his sentence. As expected, his words immediately caused a commotion. Even Yu Jinyang couldn't help but sit up straight. He asked in shock, Jia Mufan, you said that Lu Bianren is already in the early stage of profound ascension? He successfully broke through without going to East Continent? That's right. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Jia Mufan puffed out his chest with a proud expression and said in an extremely confident tone. And junior brother Lu personally admitted that he broke through because of junior brother Lin's help. Yu Jinyang also knew that before Lin Yi returned, Lu Bianren had never broken through. However, he broke through as soon as Lin Yi returned. It was impossible to believe that there was no relationship between the two. Good. As expected of someone that Pavilion Master Shangguan values. He is indeed extraordinary. Yu Jinyang muttered to himself in a low voice. Then he said with a smile, Lin Yi gave us a surprise as soon as he came back. Although I don't know how he helped someone advance to profound ascension without going to East Continent, this incredible method is enough for us to understand what we should do next. Chapter 58-52. Not only Yu Jinyang's faction, but even the elders in Zhang Ziqiang's faction could not raise any objections under such circumstances. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. Lin Yi was strong, had great potential, and could even build a powerful force on his own. Offending such a person was really not worth it. Therefore, they hoped that Zhang Ziqiang would stop before it was too late and stop thinking about taking revenge on Lin Yi. Zhang Ziqiang's face was as gloomy as water. No matter how unhappy he was, he could not raise any objections under such circumstances. It would only cause him to be isolated and all his efforts over the years would be ruined in one day. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up on dealing with Lin Yi. Since he could not do anything to Lin Yi openly, Zhang Ziqiang began to plot how to kill Lin Yi in the dark. If Lin Yi knew about this, he would definitely have a look of indifference. Anyway, there were many people secretly plotting to kill him. Who would care about Zhang Ziqiang? While the Blue Cloud Pavilion was bustling, the Chamber of Commerce at the Central was quiet. After Su Lingchong returned, he immediately contacted the mysterious man in black and told him about Lin Yi's return, as well as what happened at the entrance of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Originally, he was hoping that the mysterious man in black could come up with some way to deal with Lin Yi. Who knew that the reply he received was a scolding from the mysterious man in black. Su Lingchong, I'm warning you, behave. Our Central and Lin Yi have just signed a 1-year truce agreement. This is not a joke. In this year, we have an extremely important plan that needs to be carried out. If you provoke Lin Yi without permission and cause the truce agreement to be broken, I will definitely cut you into pieces, skin you, and burn you with oil. Remember, don't provoke Lin Yi. If you do, you better pray that Lin Yi kills you. If you implicate the Central, I will destroy your whole family. Su Lingchong held the mysterious man's reply with a dumbfounded expression. What did this mean? What was going on? Meng Tong took a look at the reply and said indignantly, Isn't the higher-ups going too far? He was saying that if we offended Lin Yi, we deserve to die. This is simply preposterous. Are we so unimportant? Su Lingchong came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that we're not important, but... Alright, we're indeed not important. What's important is the Central's grand plan. We've never even heard of this plan. What do you think we are? Meng Tong was speechless. He thought that he was very strong, but unfortunately, he realized that he was still just an ant. He couldn't even be considered a strong ant. Su Lingchong sighed softly. Lin Yi, this pretentious boss, really isn't one to act pretentiously. Right now, he can already talk to our superiors and negotiate and even sign an agreement. This isn't on the same level as us at all. It seems like the gap between us and him is getting bigger and bigger. Meng Tong reached out and patted Su Lingchong's shoulder lightly. Then he said, Maybe we're too comfortable. For example, now, without the potions provided by the Central, we've never thought about breaking through to the profound ascension stage by ourselves. We've lost our confidence and motivation. It's normal that the gap between us and Lin Yi is getting bigger and bigger. Maybe we should also go out and explore? If we can break through to the profound ascension stage without relying on the Central's potions, our achievements in the future may be higher. Su Lingchong whispered thoughtfully. But thinking of the painstaking efforts of the past few years, it seemed that it would be a pity to give up now. Forget it, let's not provoke Lin Yi for the time being. We'll think about it when we have the strength and opportunity in the future. Su Lingchong shook his head. He still couldn't give up what he had now. Maybe the Central would soon have the potions to break through to the profound ascension stage. At that time, the gap between them and Lin Yi should be instantly closed. After Lin Yi sent Jia Mufan away, Lu Bianren also found a room to continue stabilizing his strength. Only Lin Yi and Shangguan Laner were left in the living room. As for Wei Shenjin and the rest, they went out to the North Island together. Yuhua also wanted to buy a Yangji grass to return to Kaizhongyang. The fleet would only be docked for a day, so they had to hurry up and find it. Shangguan Laner sat on the chair next to Lin Yi. First, she asked about Han Jingjing's situation. She was one of her two best friends. Of course, she was very concerned about her. Lin Yi shook his head sadly and sighed. There's still no news of Jingjing's spirit. This time, I went to the extreme North Island to participate in the auction. I want to buy the Spirit Gathering Branch and see if I can find Jingjing's spirit with the help of the Spirit Gathering Branch. Han Jingjing also sighed and then comforted him. Little junior brother, you don't have to worry too much. Jingjing will definitely be fine. If you buy that Spirit Gathering Branch, maybe she will be able to come back? I hope so. Lin Yi nodded. He thought that after he bought the Spirit Gathering Branch, the Central's reply to the secular world should have arrived. If there was still no news of Han Jingjing's spirit, he was ready to project his spirit back to find Han Jingjing again. This time, the extreme North Island's auction must be very lively. It's a pity that I have something to do at home. Otherwise, I could go with you. Shangguan Laner said with regret. This kind of bustle was her favorite, but it was a pity that she could only miss it this time. Lin Yi asked casually, "What happened to your family? Was it because of this last time you suddenly came back last time?" Looking at Shangguan Laner's appearance, it seemed that nothing major had happened. Lin Yi was really puzzled. He didn't know what had happened for Shangguan Laner to rush back from Middle Island overnight, and not go to the extreme North Island to participate in the auction. It's not that anything happened. My grandfather has a friend who came from the East Continent. It is said that he is a big shot in the East Continent. I could only stay to help entertain him. Then, he said that he would take me to the East Continent to cultivate. Really? He knows that I don't like to cultivate, but he still wants to take me to the East Continent so far away. Little brother, what do you think I should do? Shangguan Laner's little face changed into a depressed expression again. She really had an emoticon pack with her all the time. Lin Yi also secretly laughed. Shangguan Laner's cultivation talent was definitely very strong. But this little girl was really born lazy. If she could cultivate seriously, her cultivation speed would definitely soar. Chapter 58-53. Genius in a Second. Remember to go? Shuanet. Providing you with wonderful novel reading. You're thinking too much. Dongzhou is actually a very nice place, full of qi and beautiful sceneries. You'd definitely like it if you went there, and even if you don't train as hard, you'd still improve a lot faster there. Your grandpa would be very happy. Lin Yi didn't know what to say, so he just said a few words of comfort. That's right. Shanghai Laner's eyes lit up. She asked with a smile, "Is what you said true?" Of course it's true. I have been to the East Continent. Lin Yi was about to continue to emphasize how abundant the spiritual qi in the East Continent was, how beautiful the scenery was, and how Shanghai Laner would definitely like the East Continent. However, this girl's words made him completely speechless. That's great. I can improve quickly without practicing very hard. Finally, I can deal with my grandfather. Shanghai Laner clapped her hands and cheered. Lin Yi was speechless and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This was the key point. Could they still have a good chat? When will your grandfather's friend take you to the East Continent? If possible, I will accompany you. I can take the opportunity to visit my friend in the East Continent. At that time, I can also show you around. Lin Yi said with a smile. If there was time, he really wanted to accompany Shanghai Laner to the East Continent. That's great. If you can go to the East Continent with me, it can't be better. It's just that you may not be able to make it. After all, if you buy the Spirit Gathering branch, you should go back to Middle Island first, right? Shangguan Lan'er was still very loyal, always thinking about her good sister, Han Jingjing. It doesn't matter. I will catch up with you. Linny smiled and did not explain too much. There was a UFO in the space of his jade pendant. He did not want to attract attention, so he did not use it before. After buying the Spirit Gathering branch, Linny would, of course, rush back to Middle Island as soon as possible. At that time, he would not be in the mood to take the ancient battleship back, even though it would be safer. Shangguan Lan'er suddenly smiled and said, "That's not right, you'll definitely be able to catch up with me to the Eastern Continent. I heard that we're going to the Eastern Continent by riding an ancient warship, but those ancient warships seem to be busy recently, so they can't leave for the time being. When you return from the northernmost island, perhaps you can go with us." "Well, if that's the case, I'll go and beg my grandfather. Maybe he'll agree to let me follow you to the extreme North Island." "That's for the best. When you go home, ask if you're okay now. If you have nothing to do, why don't you take a walk with me?" Linny wanted to see the progress of the King of Junk's forging. It had been a few years and he didn't know how it was going. "Okay, I just ran out, of course I'm fine. Let's go." Shanghai Lan'er stood up and was ready to leave. It was rare that Linny and Han Jingjing could be alone with him. Shanghai Lan'er felt that no matter what they were going to do, it would be a pleasant day. During the 2 years when Linny was away, Han Jingjing and the others often went there to debug the automatic forging mechanism. Therefore, Shanghai Lan'er was very familiar with the King of Junk. Hearing that they were going to the forging place, although she was a little disappointed that she and Linny would not have the time to be alone, she soon relaxed. Anyway, the forging pool was quite interesting. When they came to the secret cave, Shanghai Lan'er went in first. It could be seen that she was really familiar with this place. It was estimated that the reason why the King of Junk was able to forge here was because of Shanghai Lan'er. Otherwise, after the hole at the edge of the spiritual jade mine was exposed, it would have been filled up long ago. "King of Junk, I'm here again. Are you there?" Before Shangguan Lan'er arrived, she had already greeted him. Linny smiled faintly as he scanned the place with his divine sense. Naturally, he knew that Wang Lampa was inside, but the things in the pool were still the same. There didn't seem to be any progress. "Little senior sister Shangguan, you're here? Is Miss Han with you?" The King of Junk greeted them with surprise. Of course, he was most concerned about Han Jingjing, because the automatic forging mechanism was only a little bit away from completion, but Han Jingjing left at the most critical time. If Han Jingjing could complete the automatic forging mechanism before she left, his efforts in the past few years would have come to a perfect end. "Brother Wang, Jingjing didn't come, but I came." Linny did not mention that Han Jingjing's spirit was missing, but just walked over with a smile. "Brother Lin, you're back." The King of Junk was even more surprised, but then he said with a face full of shame, "I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I haven't finished it yet." Linny waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry to use it anyway. This time I came back to see you. You've worked hard these years." "It's not hard at all. How can it be hard to have the opportunity to forge such a magic weapon?" The King of Junk laughed and scratched the back of his head. "Moreover, Miss Han's automatic forging mechanism is really powerful. With the help of this good thing, I don't need to stay here all the time. I can leave for a period of time occasionally." As they spoke, the three of them came to the side of the forging pool. Linny poked his head out to take a look, but he couldn't see through it. The King of Junk was an absolute expert in this aspect, and although he had learned a lot of forging knowledge and techniques from him, he was still only at the beginner level in the eyes of the King of Junk. "By the way, Brother Wang, do you know about the ghost-eyed eagle wings?" Linny suddenly remembered the pair of ghost-eyed eagle king wings that he had obtained previously. According to the ghost, it was the best weapon for escaping. Although he didn't need to escape now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't encounter a powerful enemy. Even the powerful dragon of 5 evils could only hide under the pool, and with his current strength it was always good to have more trump cards. The King of Junk's eyes lit up. "Of course I do. Did Brother Lin obtain the ghost-eyed eagle king wings?" Although the ghost-eyed eagle king is not a very rare spiritual beast, it's difficult to capture it, so it's very difficult to obtain a pair of wings. "To be honest, Brother Lin, I think you're too lucky. But considering that you can obtain ancient Pure Lands, 1,000-year tree crystals, and even 10,000-year tree crystals, it's not surprising that you have a pair of superb wings like the ghost-eyed eagle king wings. Linny smiled faintly and said, I haven't said anything yet, and Brother Wong has already guessed what I have in my hand. You're really amazing. Chapter 58-54. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? To provide you with exciting novels to read. This is all common sense. The main material of the Ghost Eye Eagle wings is the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings. Without this pair of wings, why would you even mention the Ghost Eye wings? The tattered king waved his hands nonchalantly, then looked at Linny with a fervent gaze. Brother Lin, did you bring the item? Let me take a look. Linny originally wanted to ask the tattered king to help refine the Ghost Eye wings. So he took out a pair of palm-sized black wings and handed it to the tattered king. The restriction on this is not bad. It actually shrunk the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings by so many times. The tattered king praised casually, then focused all his attention on the wings. If the restriction was removed, the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings would be bigger than Linny. It was the same when it was displayed at the auction. The tattered king did not touch the restriction, as this was a one-time use item. If it was broken, it would be useless. Great, this pair of wings is very complete, and has been preserved very well. The Ghost Eye Eagle King wings would definitely be top-notch. Brother Lin, do you have any other materials? The tattered king's eyes lit up. He was already used to Lin Yi's miracles, so he naturally thought that Lin Yi must have gathered all the other materials. Lin Yi took out the materials that Honest Chai had gathered and handed them to the tattered king. I have most of them, only one thing is missing, the ghost cicada wings. Brother Wang, do you know where I can find the ghost cicada wings? The tattered king shook his head regretfully. I really don't know. The rarity of the ghost cicada wings is even higher than the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings. Although the main body of the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings are made from the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings, the ghost cicada wings are the most important catalyst. If it were other materials, they could be substituted, but the ghost cicada wings cannot be substituted. Perhaps the ghost cicada wings will appear in the auction in the extreme North Island? Anyway, you are going to participate in the auction. You can take the opportunity to look around. Shangguan Laner said with a smile. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He was absolutely right. This auction in the extreme North Island was different from the past. It was full of high-grade goods. Maybe there would really be a ghost cicada wing, but the price would definitely be ridiculously high. There was a huge difference in the prices of the auctions in the Heaven Rank Island. For example, the same yellow rank 7th grade elixir might only be sold for a few 100,000 to 1 million spiritual jades in the Middle Island, West Island, and North Island. In the East Island, it might soar to about 4 million or 5 million spiritual jades. And in the most high-end auctions in the northernmost island, it was very normal to have 6 or 7 million spiritual jades. Therefore, the really good things were generally not auctioned in the 3 central, western, and western islands. Even the ordinary auctions in the northernmost island were much better than those in the 3 islands, not to mention the top auction this time. Love Go Small Say Netka because of this. Although Lin Yi had tens of millions of spiritual jades, he could only refine some elixirs as a backup. Who knew how high the price of the spirit-gathering branch and the soul-nourishing wood would be? There were no lack of rich people in the world. It would be best if I could get the ghost cicada wings in this auction. Brother Wang, do you have anything else you want me to buy? Lin Yi wanted to buy it, so he simply asked the King of Rags what he needed. Any problem that could be solved with spiritual jades was not a problem. The King of Rags carefully put away the Ghost Eye Eagle King's wings and several materials, then shook his head and said, I don't need them for the time being. Now I have to concentrate on refining your weapon and wings. I can't think about other things lest I get distracted. Shangguan Laner giggled and said, Then do you want to close your small forging pavilion? Lest you get distracted. It was just a joke, but the King of Rags nodded naturally and said, If I have the ghost cicada wings, I really need to close my business for a while. But now I can't do anything, so I have to keep it open. Lin Yi asked in surprise, Brother Wang, did you open your own forging pavilion? Not bad, not bad. Your business should be good, right? The King of Rags scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I don't retail. Speaking of which, thanks to you, I have the opportunity to cooperate with President Hong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. This forging pavilion is just a place where I refine some small things in my free time, and then hand them over to the Hong Chamber of Commerce for sale. On the one hand, it can increase my ability of forging weapons, and on the other hand, I can earn some pocket money. When Linny first met the King of Rags, he was so poor. Of course, at that time, Linny only had dozens or hundreds of spiritual jades with him, which was at most a little better than the King of Rags. Isn't it good? Speaking of which, how is brother Hong Zhong now? I'm going to visit him this time. Is he still in the North Island? Linny casually asked about Hong Zhong. When he left Middle Island, he was worried that something had happened to Hong Zhong, which caused the people of the Hong Chamber of Commerce to be so hostile to him, the honorary vice president. But according to the King of Rags, it seemed that nothing had happened to Hong Zhong. President Hong is very good. He often mentions you. Why don't we go to him now? After saying that, the King of Rags turned around and ran back to the casting pool. He carefully observed the situation inside, and then operated the automatic casting mechanism for a while. Then he turned back and said, "Well, we can go now. There will be no problem here for a short time." Linny nodded and said, "Then let's go. I don't have much time to come back this time. After visiting the Hong Chamber of Commerce, it's almost time to go back to the ship." Shangguan Laner's eyes dimmed slightly. Obviously, she didn't want to be separated from Linny so soon, but she immediately recovered and didn't let them find out what she was thinking. Anyway, Linny had promised her that he would catch up with her soon and then go to East Continent together. After the three of them exited the cave, the King of Dilapidation closed the formation that he had set up outside. As a blacksmith, it was a must to learn formation Dao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to refine high-level items. Over the past 2 years, his understanding of formation Dao had improved by several levels. Therefore, the formation at the entrance of the cave was quite good. At least, it could prevent people from entering the cave casually. Talking and laughing, it took them a long time to arrive at the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The King of Rags didn't follow them in. Instead, he said that he would go to his forging pavilion to have a look and would come back to find Linny later. Chapter 58-55. When the shop assistant inside saw Linny and Shangguan Laner, he immediately greeted them with a smile and bowed respectfully. "Vice President Lin, Miss Shangguan, long time no see. Are you looking for shopkeeper Hong?" Linny felt that the shop assistant was a little familiar. He probably knew him before, so he knew his identity at a glance. "Is shopkeeper Hong here? If he is, please inform him." Linny smiled and said gently to the shop assistant, "Vice President Lin, you're too polite. Shopkeeper Hong is upstairs. He has instructed that if Vice President Lin comes, you can go and look for him directly. There's no need for any notification." The shop assistant turned sideways and respectfully invited them upstairs. Linny nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Shangguan Laner giggled and said, "Little junior brother, you have a big face. If I came here, I wouldn't have this kind of treatment. I have to inform before I can see shopkeeper Hong." Linny smiled faintly and said, "If you are also the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, you will definitely have this privilege." That being said, Linny also knew that this was not the case. Hong Zhong valued him completely because of their friendship, not because he was an honorary vice president. Otherwise, even if there was a vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Hong Zhong would completely ignore him. "Ha ha ha ha, Miss Shangguan, you are a rare guest. Just come and find me in the future. Let's see who dares to stop you." Hong Zhong appeared above the stairs. He should know that Linny was here, so he specially came out to greet Linny. Linny went forward and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, "Brother Hong, long time no see. You are still as elegant as before." Hong Zhong came up and pulled Linny's arm. He smiled and said, "You also know that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Tell me, how should I punish you?" "Why is there a punishment? Then I will have to eat and live here every day from now on," Linny also said with a smile. He and Hong Zhong got along because of interests, but gradually they became sincere friends. Especially at the last auction in the far North Island, their relationship quickly warmed up. Now they were close friends. "Ha ha ha, that's the best. I can't even invite you. As long as you are willing to stay here, I can give you the entire Hong Chamber of Commerce in the North Island." Hong Zhong laughed heartily, and then made an inviting gesture to Shangguan Lan'er. As expected of the manager of the North Island of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he treated people impeccably. Lin Yi and Hong Zhong chatted and laughed as they entered the VIP room. Naturally, someone brought them spirit tea and spirit fruits. Shangguan Lan'er didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up a spirit fruit and started munching on it. She knew that Lin Yi had something to say to Hong Zhong, so she could only quietly be a foodie. After chatting casually for a while, Lin Yi asked casually, "Brother Hong, is there a lot of factions in the Hong's Chamber of Commerce?" Hong Zhong was slightly stunned and said, "Brother Lin, why do you ask this? Did someone in the Hong Chamber of Commerce make things difficult for you? Tell me, I will definitely seek justice for you." Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not that serious. It's just that when I went to the far North Island to participate in the auction, the Zhongdao Hong Chamber of Commerce was led by a vice president named Wei Jiading. When I boarded the ship, I thought that I was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, so I went to greet them, but they ignored me. At that time, I was worried that something had happened to you, causing me to lose my backer in the Hong Chamber of Commerce." "Ha ha ha ha. How can I be your backer? With your ability, Brother Lin, it's not an exaggeration to say that you are my backer." After making a joke, Hong Zhong slowly became serious and said, "Where there are people, there are conflicts. There are naturally many fights for power in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Although I am a member of the Hong family, I am not a direct descendant. Moreover, the Hong family's eldest branch that I support is not strong enough, so it is difficult for me to enter the core." Lin Yi remembered that Hong Zhong had returned to the Zhongdao headquarters to be the vice president, but in the end, he still came to the North Island. So what he said was true. Wei Jiading is also the vice president, but he is not on the same side as me. He is a hardcore supporter of the second branch of the Hong family, and has never been friends with me. Moreover, he is Wei Xiaodong's uncle. Do you think he will treat you well when you greet him? Hong Zhong shook his head with a bitter smile. Wei Xiaodong used to be the helper he recommended to Lin Yi, but he almost killed Lin Yi, which was really embarrassing. Lin Yi didn't care. He shrugged casually and said, "I see. But let him be, as long as he doesn't provoke me. By the way, Brother Hong, didn't you prepare anything for the auction in the far North Island?" "I still have to go, but I will go with the people of the Zhongdao headquarters. I won't bring anything. There are no good things in the North Island. I may not even be qualified to attend the auction. The main thing is to buy some good things and make them the treasures of the shop." Hong Zhong laughed at himself. The last auction of that level was the stage for the North Island branch to show off their skills. The main character of this top auction could only be the Zhongdao headquarters. Of course, if someone from the East Island branch also went there, maybe there would be some good things. After a short pause, Hong Zhong still reminded him, "Brother Lin, don't underestimate Wei Jiading. He is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I think he will definitely find a chance to avenge Wei Xiaodong. Even if you are not afraid of him, you have to guard against him." Lin Yi really didn't care much about Wei Jiading, but he still had to listen to Hong Zhong's kind reminder. "I know what I'm doing. Brother Hong, don't worry." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and continued, "This time I can go to the far North Island with you again. We can have a good chat on the way." It was enough to mention Wei Jiading's matter once, so Hong Zhong didn't say anything more. Instead he smiled and said, "That's right. Luckily I decided to go with the fleet. If I had ridden an aerial spirit beast, I would have missed this opportunity." Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Wei Shanjin and Shang Yuhua might come to ask about the yang pole grass, so he asked casually, "Brother Hong, do you have the yang pole grass here? I have a friend who needs it. I don't know if he has been here before." "I haven't seen your friend before, but the yang pole grass is a very rare and precious spirit herb. If I have it here, I can directly auction it in the far North Island. I can get at least 1,000,000 or 800,000 spirit jades." Hong Zhong knew about the yang pole grass, but the price he said surprised Lin Yi. Chapter 58-56. Hong Zhong didn't know about Shangwani, so he nodded casually and said, "That's an understatement. You have to know that the prices in the far North Island are completely different from those in the far North Island. Perhaps the yang pole grass can only be sold for tens of thousands of spirit jades here, but the problem is that you can't buy it at all." Lin Yi suddenly understood. In fact, he had been to all the islands, so he had some understanding of the differences in prices. It was just that he hadn't thought about it. Because of this huge difference in prices, the Tiandan Pavilion's high-grade elixirs were very attractive to Shangwani. As long as he obtained the authorization, he could resell it to the far North Island or the East Continent, and he would definitely make a huge profit. If that was the case, Kai Zhongyang would be in trouble if he lost the Yangpole grass. Fortunately, Yuhua and Shangwani both said that they would bear the consequences of the Yangpole grass. If it was only 2 or 3 million spirit jades, then it wouldn't be a problem for the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Hong Zhong thought about it and said, "Actually, I underestimated the value of the Yangpole grass. There's another factor that I didn't take into account." Linny was thinking about Kai Zhongyang's troubles, so he asked casually, "What factor?" There aren't many elixirs that can be used for Yangpole grass, but its main use is to refine the yin yang pill. The other main ingredient of the yin yang pill is the yin core fruit. Brother Lin, as a high-grade alchemist, you must have heard of it, right? Hong Zhong didn't know that not only had Linny heard of it, but he had also refined the yin yang pill by himself, saving Shangwani's life. However, Linny was also a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for Shangwani's cultivation deviation, he really wouldn't have known about the yin and yang pill, Yangpole grass, and yin core fruit. Being praised by Hong Zhong like that made him a little embarrassed. Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, Hong Zhong continued, "Compared to yang grass, the yin core fruit is produced much more. This is because a yin core fruit tree usually has about 20 yin core fruits, while yang grass only grows in a certain area. So, although both are the main ingredients of the yin-yang pill, in terms of value, yang grass is at least 10 times more valuable than yin core fruit." "So that's how it is." Linny nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking, why did that old man Zheng Dongsheng take out the dark core fruit? Although the value of the dark core fruit was not as high as the Yangpole grass, on the ancient battleship, the spiritual jades that Zheng Dongsheng received were far from the true value of the dark core fruit. To say that this old man was sincere in saving people, Linny would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. They were the ones who poisoned him. How could he be so kind as to take out the dark core fruit? Thinking of this, Linny felt that something was wrong. According to what Shangwani said, his cultivation deviation was caused by poisoning, and the person who poisoned him was most likely someone from the Zheng family. If that was the case, why did Zheng Dongsheng sell a dark core fruit at such a high price? Could it be that he was hot-headed and deliberately wanted to squander? Perhaps Zheng Dongsheng really just wanted to create an opportunity for his grandson, Zhang Tianqing, to win over Li Zhaoyi. But Lin Yi's intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. At that time, Shang Yuhua was already willing to take out hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades to buy the dark core fruit. There was no reason for Zheng Dongsheng not to earn spiritual jades. A vague idea gradually formed, but Lin Yi had not been able to completely connect the clues, so he could only put it aside for the time being. As they were talking about the Yangpole grass, Lin Yi's divine sense saw Wei Xinjin, Shang Yuhua, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongkai walking into the Hong Chamber of Commerce together. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were Lin Yi's underlings, so they naturally had a good relationship with the Hong Chamber of Commerce. They knew all the employees, so when they entered, they were told that Lin Yi was upstairs with Shanghai Laner. Without needing Lin Yi's greeting, the four of them were led to the VIP room by the employee. "Boss, so you've been here for a long time. We are the ones who are late." Wei Xinjin held Shang Yuhua's hand and greeted them with a smile. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai also greeted Lin Yi, and the other two before sitting down. "Did you guys find anything after walking around for a day?" Lin Yi guessed that there was no hope of finding the Yangpole grass, but he still asked, "What if they were lucky?" Shang Yuhua frowned slightly and said, "We didn't find the Yangpole grass. Boss, since you're here, you must have asked Manager Hong. It seems that there's no other way this time." Hong Zhong thought to himself that it was the people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce who wanted the Yangpole grass. If he had it, he wouldn't mind selling it to Shang Yuhua for Lin Yi's sake. Unfortunately, he didn't have it, so there was nothing more to say. In the North Island, the Hong's Chamber of Commerce and the people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce didn't have much of a relationship. Not only that, but there was also a huge conflict between them. If it weren't for Lin Yi, the employees of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even let Shang Yuhua in. This kind of spirit herb is something that can only be found by chance. Don't worry too much about it. Lin Yi could only comfort him. Now he only hoped that Kai Zhongyang's customers could be settled with spirit stones, or else he would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. His vague guess just now instantly became clear. Kai Zhongyang was in big trouble. Could it be that the Zheng family's target wasn't Shang Wani and Li Zhaoyi at all, but Kai Zhongyang? Compared to that, the other two were just incidental? But there seemed to be no conflict between Kai Zhongyang and the Zheng family. Why would the idiots of the Zheng family plot against him? Of course, if there was a conflict, it was only because Kai Zhongyang was close to Lin Yi, so he naturally became the Zheng family's enemy. Kai Zhongyang was being targeted because of his relationship with him. Lin Yi's eyes instantly became extremely cold. If this guess was true, then the Zheng family really didn't know what was good for them. How could they plot against his friend for such a reason? This made him even angrier than directly targeting Lin Yi himself. As for whether this was true, it would be clear as long as he waited until he reached the northernmost island and saw how much trouble Kai Zhongyang would get into because of this. At that time, Lin Yi would definitely let the Zheng family know that playing with fire would only result in self-immolation. Brother Lin, what's the matter with you? Hong Zhong noticed the sudden change in Lin Yi's body at the first moment. Even he was secretly shocked by the cold and bone-chilling killing intent. In the past, Lin Yi's strength was not even comparable to an ant to him, but now he could move him. This speed of progress was really too terrifying. Lin Yi took a light breath and quickly restrained the aura on his body. After returning to his normal appearance, he smiled and said, "Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something else." Chapter 58-57. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, you don't have to worry. After shopping for so long today, didn't you buy anything?" Shang Yuhua's mind was sharp. Seeing that Lin Yi wanted to change the topic, she immediately cooperated and said, "Middle Island has everything else, so I didn't buy anything. However, the things in the Central Chamber of Commerce are really dazzling and varied, and all of them are high-tech products of the secular world. Unfortunately, the price is too expensive. Although it is much cheaper than the Central Chamber of Commerce in Middle Island, it is still extremely expensive." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Miss Shang, you are a rich person. If even you say that it is expensive, then it seems that their business should not be particularly good." Xiao Ran snorted and said, "That fellow Su Lingchong probably thinks that if he doesn't open his business for 3 years, he would eat for 3 years after opening his business. That's why he sold those junk at the most expensive price." Shang Yuhua and the others couldn't help but be speechless. The things in the Central Chamber of Commerce were all popular goods on Heaven Stage Island. Xiao Ran actually said that they were all junk. It should be that the previous conflict had not subsided, right? They didn't know that in the eyes of people from the secular world like Xiao Ran and Lin Yi, the things sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce, even if they were not junk, they were almost the same as junk. In the secular world, 90% of the goods sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce in North Island were almost obsolete. Ordinary people didn't care much about them. After coming to Heaven Stage Island, they became treasures. Wei Shenjin sighed regretfully and said, "Boss also went to the secular world this time. Unfortunately, it was a projection of his primordial spirit, so he couldn't bring back anything. Otherwise, he could have made a lot of money." Lin Yi's heart moved. Although he was a projection of his primordial spirit, the space of the jade pendant could carry a lot of things. Unfortunately, he didn't think about this when he went back to the secular world this time, so he didn't bring back many things. But this wasn't the point. The point was that the wormhole tunnel in the center had been opened to Lin Yi. As long as Han Jingjing came back and studied this wormhole tunnel, she could trade between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world like the center. This was a good business with low capital and great profits. If the center could do it, Lin Yi could do it too. Although breaking the monopoly would inevitably lead to a decrease in price, and the more products would eventually become less valuable, this was also the goal he wanted to achieve. Otherwise, if the center only made money in this aspect, Lin Yi wouldn't have a good life in the future. A year of truce was not a long time. After a year, there would always be a battle with the center. After a year, there would always be a battle. If the soldiers and horses were to move, the food and FOT, no matter what the center was, the war would be to fight. If Lin Yi didn't have he to fight with the center, he to do, he need to. Using the wormhole tunnel to compete with the center was the best way. Oh, your idea is good. Don't worry, there will be a chance to realize your idea in the future. Linny said with a smile. This plan was good, but the most important thing was to wait for Han Jingjing to come back. It was too early to talk about it now. It wouldn't be too late to think about it next time. They chatted for a while. Someone from the soaring pavilion came to look for Lin Yi, saying that her grandfather was looking for her. Shangguan Laner could only make an appointment with Lin Yi to see her in a while. She also wanted to ask Shanghai Tianhua if she could follow Lin Yi to the far north island. Lin Yi originally wanted to visit Shanghai Tianhua, but Laner said that he was accompanying an old friend from the East Continent and probably didn't have time to see him, so he could only ask Shangguan Laner to greet him on his behalf. Not long after Shangguan Laner left, Wei Jiating came to the North Island branch of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce with a few followers. He arrogantly ordered the shop assistant. "Where is Hong Zhong? Ask him to come out and see me." The shop assistant knew that this was the vice president of Zhongdao's headquarters. Of course, he didn't dare to neglect him. He hurriedly went up to inform Hong Zhong and Lin Yi. Although the two of them didn't want to talk to this guy, he was still a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Even if they belonged to different camps, they still had to give him some face. "Vice President Wei, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you wouldn't get off the ship today. I was about to board the ship with Brother Lin, but I didn't expect you to come here." Hong Zhong greeted him with a smile. This was already giving Wei Jiating a lot of face. As for Lin Yi, he followed beside Hong Zhong and didn't look at Wei Jiating at all. Since this guy didn't give him face on the ancient warship, he naturally didn't need to be polite to this fool. Lin Yi never had the habit of going up to his enemies to get on their good side. Whenever he did, it was mostly to give the enemy a big slap in the face. Wei Jiating looked arrogant. He slightly raised his chin and said slowly, "Hong Zhong, the fleet to the far north island will leave soon. Hurry up and take some people to help load and unload the goods. Don't waste time." Hong Zhong's face turned cold. He put away his smile and said faintly, "The fleet will naturally arrange people to load and unload the goods. Since when does our Chamber of Commerce need to send people? Besides, this time the North Island branch doesn't have any goods that need to be brought. Will there always be things that need to be sold in the North Island? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go when I tell you to go. Do you dare to disobey my orders?" Wei Jiating didn't know what provoked him, but he actually directly gave orders to Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong suddenly sneered and said, "How powerful! Wei Jiating, could it be that I, Hong Zhong, have been stripped of my position as the vice president? Or have you become the president of our Hong's Chamber of Commerce? Otherwise, I really don't know where you get the confidence to order me. What kind of vice president are you? How dare you talk back to me?" Wei Jiating glanced at Hong Zhong disdainfully and said in an extremely disdainful tone, "You're just the shopkeeper of the North Island branch. How dare you say that you're the vice president? Which vice president with real power would leave Middle Island?" Hong Zhong didn't give in and retorted, "It was my own idea to leave Middle Island. Do you think that you forced me to leave? Don't flatter yourself. In the end, you're just a dog of our Hong family. Remember, my surname is Hong, and your surname is Wei." Wei Jiating was stunned by Hong Zhong's words and suddenly felt a little speechless. Because Hong Zhong was right. No matter how he wasn't a direct descendant, he was still a member of the Hong family, and Wei Jiating was an outsider. Although Wei Jiating was confident that he could suppress Hong Zhong, after hearing these words, he was extremely angry in his heart, but he couldn't show it.